What's up, Boat? We got music over here on Twitch. Or you can watch on YouTube. Watch your own stuff with your own music. It is what it is. You might have seen recent comments, depending on who in my little circle you follow. With Wolf Den complaining about streaming. He streamed Fortnite on YouTube and got like 5 different things of like, hey, we're striking your shit. Oh god, Kick is promoting me. Nah, I don't know. I think that's just a bot account. Okay. Okay. MCP. Were you the one that posted the picture in Discord of your Mr. Sinister? Always a cool character. I mean, he was basically like the 90s edgelord character. Yeah. So I know I said I was going to try to not paint stuff off stream, but I am trying to power through things as well, so. I did Vastor's paneling. Because Vastor got new rules, so he's pretty good. And then we did my the paneling for my 2 Venom crawlers. The purple. Which I redid that because this was gray before, and I didn't like that because it drew too much attention. So I just sandstoned it up. And we did the red one as well. I almost bought another Predator today. I do think the Predator, Annihilator, and Thousand Suns is probably like one of the best possible cheap backline things. But I got a couple things in mind. I still want to do the 2 Forge Fiends. Because Forge Fiends they're good. I know they're only strength 10, not strength 14 and 12. Oh yeah, the Typhon Venom Talon. That team's gonna be crazy. It's called the Soul Forged. I mean, the faction itself, lore-wise, is probably called Cogs of Vastor, but currently in the Chaos Space Marine Codex, it is Soul Forged. And yeah, I have a Soul Forged. I've always been trying to do a Soul Forged. I mean, that's why we bought this thing. It's always been themed to be Thousand Suns, even though it is Chaos Space Marine rules, because I consider it like the armor division from my Thousand Suns, even though the Thousand Suns now have an armored division. But like, yeah, the whole reason I bought this is because Vindicators are so strong in Soul Forged, and I've never had one up until now. And this, and I think a Warpsmith replaces my my Helldrake. So I think that army is going to be decent-ish now. But we've got a few options, right? So we've got Soul Forged. That list is pretty much done. We've got Thousand Suns. I'm running Mutant Herd. I like the mutation side of things. I think it's pretty cool for the stats and rules, and we've got 3 Mutilith Vortex Beasts, so why not? We're working on a Mauler Fiend today. And then probably another Forge Fiend, and then we'll just keep going down the line. I think I got to bust the Zangors back out to try to get them finished up before 2 weeks from now. But I ran Vastor. I ran it all before. And even though Vastor is good, I mean, the things that make him good weren't things I necessarily utilized anyway in the Vastor list. I always hit him, so lone op is only like so much. I think the best element about him is the -1 to hit when things are within 18-inch range of him. That's pretty good. That's probably one of his best, in my opinion, buff features. Okay, so here's the thing in Soulforged with Helldrakes, and this is why I used them in Soulforged and not Thousand Suns. So Soulforged lets you pick a vehicle and make it go through walls. The issue is Games Workshop has never clarified movement with aircraft like Helldrakes all that much. Okay? They clarified it with monsters with overhang, and that was cool. But a Helldrake isn't a monster. So, like, if I go down a small alley with my Helldrake, do I have to consider it going upward with the fly? Technically he got more durable. He's as durable as he was, but if you get within 18 inches of him, you're -1 to hit, and -1 to hit is a durability thing. Specifically with ranged weapons and guns, I believe, unless that changed too. I think the big one that really got people interested is the Lord Discordant. Which I hope... If the Lord Discordant had vehicle as a keyword, I might use him. No, yeah, he's like 10 points more than a Demon Prince. He was already more durable than Demon Princes. I mean, he's not impressively durable, but he was already more durable. I think he was like T11, I thought, which is like 1 point more. I'd have to look at his list. It's been a while. But if I want to go Soulforged, I can go it. I don't think I want to right now. I am leaning way more into the Mutant Herd than anything else. Because I think it's awesome. I got out of a tournament with it. I didn't really like it. Specifically his protective buffs. He still has like the same strength and everything, which when you consider the scaling of it, if you leave him near Forge Fiends, it takes him from strength 10 to 11. So when you're fighting an army with like a ton of T10 things, it's really good to have Forge Fiends that are wounding on 3s instead of 4s. And then you +1 to wound them, so you just have a bunch of Forge Fiends wounding on 2s. Good luck. Especially now, because if you look at the Chaos Knight durability, I know Auspex said it was like a side grade, because there's like other forms of durability that help them. But the fact of the matter is the lowered toughness is going to make so many armies just hit them so much easier. Especially armies that have access to +1 wound. Because normally it would be like, oh, I'm wounding on a 3 instead of a 4. Now I'm wounding on a 2 instead of a 3. They do 2 strength now? Oh god, he's god tier. I have to look at the FAQ more. I played the Mutation Herd, and I knew about the change to the Demon Prince that I was running, which I am not running anymore. He doesn't really fit in Mutant Herd like I thought he was going to, and he's not that great without the benefits of the Magic Cabal. Magic Cabal makes him so good. So I knew about the whole like 6 instead of 3 for the Deep Strike and all that. And that's fine. I got that. I completely did not look at the explanation for how the overcharging in Mortals works. I thought it was whenever you rolled doubles, it was Mortals, but they clarified that no. It's whenever you roll doubles or triples when you're rolling 3. It's like, oh, that's so much better. Which I love. So when I play Soulforged, the luck of how I roll dice, if you ever watch me play, I will do more damage to my own vehicles. I can look it up, but that sounds about right. Because, I mean, he's just mounted. Technically, that makes it a really durable bike. Because, yeah, he's just mounted. But I can look it up. Since I've got the codex. That's because the damage was like right after everything, and it sounded like it included everything. It was not a good situation at all. Lord Discordant. T9. Still T9. Save 2, wounds 10. Still basically a small tank. Again, if they gave him the vehicle keyword, I would put him in. I might have put him in the Soulforged instead of like some of the other models that I use, because he does seem really cool as like frontline, just shenanigans, I guess. But the last tournament I went to didn't use the FAQ rules because rules cutoff was the weekend before. So even if I went to it with Soulforged, it wouldn't have been as good. God, that tournament was super dominated by Imperial Knights. People have sort of solved Imperial Knights as a list, and it's not good for like local scenes, because now it's just a bunch of Imperial Knights players just harassing everyone. The only teams that do okay into it are teams that are just like, I'm so much anti-vehicle that it's stupid. I should not have done this. But my first outing as Mutation Herd was pretty good. Sadly, I noticed that I really do need Enlightened with bows. Like, that's Mutation Herd's biggest benefit, is the bow users. It's just so good for backline screening, because they can still peek out and do damage without issue. Which is really good. But they're sold out in the US, so can't really do that. So we're doing a sort of pseudo list. We play with the basic terrain, but like the big knights can just walk through walls and then take battle shocks. And that's it. Like, it's not that hard for them. The problem with my mutation list was it only had some threat into armor. It didn't have a ton of threat into armor. Just some. And what I've noticed is you're doing one of two things with that list. You're either hyper-focusing on Enlightened on disc with bows and arrows, and then bulk Zangors, right? Or you can mix and match armor into the list. Now, I don't have enough Zangors with bows. The reason you Zangor with bows is because it's 12 shots per squad, they're 18-inch low op, 30-inch threat range, lethal hits, precision, ignore cover, AP 2 damage 2. Like, that's insanely good. Holy crap. Oh, phone call. Hopefully this doesn't cut my stream short. What WTC are you playing on where you can't stand anywhere with a big mech? Like, there's always big pockets in the layouts we play. Or wait, no, is WTC different from... I'm trying to remember the different groups. Because I think I watch WTC games, but I think I just play on GW packet freaking maps with terrain layout ones and stuff. Because, yeah, the way Imperial Knights works is you just send Canis Rex to middle or to an expansion, like turn 2. You just start walking them there. No one can really do much about it. Unless you actually have the stuff for it, at which point they tend to be a little different, a little reactionary. But Mutant Herd... I mean, I watched a squad of 20 Zangors with a Sorcerer kill a knight. That was pretty cool. I watched them kill a Armiger, a Helvern specifically, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. But then they immediately got evaporated. My opponent kept drawing perfect cards into me was the problem. Because that was a 20-man. That was a 20-man squad, and then literally after I killed his Helvern with it, he drew Call the Horde. And I was like, oh man. Because I was just on the other side of the board with this squad. It was just immediate death. Like, he flawlessly drew every card he picked. It was crazy. Oh, do you have the bulk infiltrator people? I played into that once. I played into Index Death Guard a while ago before the Codex. And they had so many Nurglings, so many Poxwalkers. I have 3 MVBs. My MVBs are frontline brawlers right now in the current list. My MVBs are frontline brawlers. I have the 2 Forged Fiends and a Predator Annihilator, the Las Cannon variant, as a backline cover. I have 70 Zangors. There is a Terminator Sorcerer Lord with the Bray Herd upgrade, because I didn't realize until after the tournament that the Sorcerer and Terminator armor has the keyword Sorcerer, not... So Zangor Shaman is a Zangor Shaman in its keywords, right? Whereas Zangors are Zangors, and in that detachment there is a 1 command point ability to give Zangors a 4+ invulnerable, but it's specifically Zangors. So you can't really give it to Zangor Enlightened. You can't give it to Zangor Shaman. You can't give it to those things. You can only give it to the on-foot Zangors because of how the keywords work. And because I was understanding that, I assumed a Terminator and Sorcerer armor was keyworded as a Sorcerer and Terminator armor, not a Sorcerer and a Terminator. So Braylord works on Sorcerers. So now, in my updated list, the Sorcerer and Terminator armor has Braylord, giving him a 6-inch scout if I want to use it. Probably don't. But it allows him to get into a Zangor squad, which means he has full game uppy downy so long as that squad lives. So he just pops up places, tags people with +1 to hit. The MVBs, the Predator Annihilator gets all of its rerolls and everything. The Forge Fiends maybe. Like, I can just single target hose something down. If I want to split fire, I can try to get another spell to hit something else on the field. That way the Predator Annihilator can shoot that, and then the other guys can shoot the marked target. Because the Predator Annihilator gets rerolls of hits and damage against monsters' vehicles that were hit by spells. So, like, super useful. I paint the +1 hit target with rerolls of 1s. Which one are you talking about? The squad or the patrol? Are you talking about the new combat patrol with the 3 guys? Are they archers in there or are they spearmen? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you buy that box, do not build the spearmen if they're spearmen. Build archers, tell people they're spearmen. If you want to play combat patrol. Spearmen are so pointless. I tried to run a full squad 6 spearmen. I think every single game they would do 5 wounds to something and immediately die. If they have both options, build the bows. Just tell people they're spear and just use it for combat patrol if you want to play combat patrol. That's fine. That's 100% fine. Just be like, look, they're spears. They're not close range. It's not easy to magnetize them. You probably could. Because with Zangor Enlightened, it's like the chest. The chest is the gluey part. But yeah, Bowman and Spear are usually the same kit, but I never know if the combat patrol comes with both options is the problem. I need 12 more. So I can have the full 18. I need 12 more. Let me pull this off from the magnet. And the reason they're good, if you're thinking of trying to play into them and stuff, I mean, you get info from me. I don't. If you're going to play people who are going to gotcha you, that sucks. So I'll be the guy to give you info if I can. Regardless. So the way Enlightened work. Enlightened can be led by Exalted on Disc. Which means you put an Exalted on Disc in the Enlightened. You do 2 of these squads. This is your backline screening. If anything gets near any of this, if you have like a 6-inch deep strike that you rapid ingress, what ends up happening is that the Enlightened, the Exalted, if it can see it, the Exalted on Disc will flamethrower that, because within 18 inches and it can see it, it'll flamer it. That gives it -2 to move, -2 to charge until the next shoot phase. And then, of course, the Enlightened have reactive move of D6. That's cool. But the bows are 30-inch range. The Exalted provides the squad 18-inch lone op. So you can't shoot it unless you're within 18. They can shoot you if they see you within 30. They hit on 4s, which sucks, but it's more like the lethal hits. Okay, so good. Yeah, build the bows and tell people if you're playing combat patrol, be like, look, these have bows, they're spears. They're not bowmen. But if you're playing the actual game, bowmen are the better option. They just are. If they ever scale up the damage of the spears, they might get better, but charge mortals is not good when it's only 1. And at most, with a shaman or something in the squad, you can only roll 7 in total for possible mortals, 50-50, so on average 3 to 4 is what you're getting out of it. And then they are lance. They are lance precision. If they were lance precision lethal, I'd be a lot better with that. I'd be like, okay, that's cool. But they're not. They're lance precision, and that is the end of that story. And they're only like strength 5. So they do really good into Space Marines. And that's about it. No, yeah, spears are god tier in AOS. Like, holy crap. The few times I've used them, I've like wiped whole large squads and monsters with them. People are genuinely afraid when I play with the Enlightened with spears. I need to try to get light in here so I can... Those things are just way too angry. So yeah, that's the thing. So they hit on 4s normally. with the Exalted. If you put a Shaman in there, they'll hit on 3s, which is fine. But you don't really want to do that. Most people run one Shaman, like a regular Shaman, in a squad of bows that doesn't show itself unless it needs to by popping out. And then you run 2 Exalted in 2 squads that can sit on the corners and screen from there and just hose things down with the 30-inch range. But what you do is you stack. If you know what you need to kill and the bowman can see it, you can paint them with the rerolls of 1s, or, you know, push it, reroll everything. That's fantastic. And then if the Terminator shoots a spell at it, it's +1 to hit for the rest of that round. So they hit on 3s, reroll everything. And then, of course, lethal hits are a big thing. Ignore cover with AP2 damage 2 is insane. It's so good. Like, I would chip you. I was firing my one squad that I had at Armigers, like, a lot. And every time I fired at him, I'd always rip like 4 wounds off of him. No problem. So I'm just slow chipping him down, and then I would send something at it to finish it. And if you're doing that into vehicles, what's cool is that the Terminator Sorcerer Lord has 4+ anti-vehicle, anti-monster. And that's dev wounds. So, like, he'll just put wounds on things preemptively. And that's kind of where the trick is with him doing his little blink around. What's up, Jason? Him doing his little blink around in the squad and then shooting something from 18-inch range to give it the +1. And then putting wounds on it if it's a vehicle or monster. And then the Predator Annihilator shoots it and gets rerolls all hits, rerolls all damage. +1 to hit. So hitting on 2s with 4 las cannon shots. It's so good. And it's even more wild in the actual armored division of Thousand Suns. But I really want to run mutants because I think putting 3 MVBs in midfield and shooting strength 14 one-shot las cannon-y shots at things with a +1 to wound on it is just way too good. And rolling a 6 on the wound roll with that thing is literally game-changing. The Nid Mech box looks good. Looks good. I love the terrain in it. The terrain makes that box for me. It's been a while since we've been given Nid-themed terrain. To be clear, Games Workshop does not send me things, so I have no idea about their rules. I don't have preemptive stuff. I wish I'd get it, but that is not the case. What do you need? What do you mean zoom camera near? Like, what? I can just do that. Like, what do you want to see? We're doing the panel lining. Pre-order was yesterday, yes. For that and the Chaos Knights Codex and Battle Box. I think? No. Was it yesterday? No, okay. It wasn't... I don't think it was yesterday, but I think stores got access to it. Like, stores know they can do it for pre-order. But the pre-order, I think, is this weekend? Because pre-orders for Games Workshop's usually Saturday. I'll have to take a look at it. Just, well, hang on. Let me get this panel done. And then we'll take a quick look at it, maybe, for stream. Because I know they showed one card that people are saying is pretty brutal.
Poggers.
Poggers, thanks for the follow. Oh, what's up, Luciana? This might be one of those situations though where local game stores weren't told to not take the pre-orders. Because, like, I bought my Cacophonist a week before that those models were supposed to be on the shelves. I walked into my local and I was like, what do I buy for a project? I looked over and they had everything Emperor's Children out like a week in advance. Because I guess they got the box but never got the, hey, don't put this on your shelf yet. Luciana, okay. I've been thinking of it from the perspective of like Lucario and stuff with the hard C. The hard C. Got a game this Friday. We're going to do a test of the new list with more anti-armor and more threat. Because watching Armigers walk across the field without any repercussions did not feel good. I'd love to peek out a Rhino, or I'd love to peek out a Predator, and then pop out my Terminator and just be like, and you're gonna die. All right, Luciana. Let me get, this is the hard part. When I originally painted this, I kept all the limbs off and it wasn't on his base. It made it so much easier. Yeah, I figured game stores do what they do. I think Games Workshop is trying to reaffirm with some game stores that like it's cool to order from them. And that there's going to be moments, it's either they're forgetful or they're doing it to like create more local game store hype to try to provide local game stores a reason to want to continue purchasing Games Workshop stuff. Because it's kind of weird. My local game store, like the closest one to me, does carry Games Workshop stuff, but they seem so unexcited about like events and trying to run tournaments and things. They just don't seem to care. They used to. They used to do awesome events. I did the Battle for Armageddon at that store like a couple decades ago at this point. Jesus, too old. Yo, that terrain does look good. I know one of my local NID players wants a split box pre-order. I think he got it with someone else. He explicitly said he just wants the team because he plays NIDs, and he wants that terrain because it looks so good. He said he was going to try to make a display board this year. So if he gets that terrain, it might help him. No, yeah, you want to try to get the interest in. There used to be like this older system, and there kind of is the same system for those stores. It's just like in a different perspective. I remember 2 years ago when I was getting back into the game, and I was like, I need Mutilate Vortex Beasts for the Thousand Suns. I need them. They're so good. They're so worth it. I remember going on the website, seeing they were sold out. Let me go pull up the article. Long bristle brushes are very useful when painting things like this fully assembled because you can get them really far in there. Warhammer Community. Full screen. Oh, yeah, dude, they're just giving people. Oh, Mountainside's doing so good. The fact that Mountainside Tabletop is now on the Warhammer Community page, like, holy shit. Good for them. They got the golden ticket. I probably got into it too late, maybe. I don't know. Faction rules. High stake whack-a-mole. The operative is underground. It's set up on your tunnel in a location. It can be placed. Is no longer underground, and it can be set up in control range for enemy. So you place tunnels. Then up to 5 inches, meaning it can comfortably probe deep into the battleground burrow. That's weird. So you have to like put them within 5 inches of each other, and then you can extend it. Tunnel A is on your tunnel as it's on the area between markers 0 and 1. Operative B is also on your tunnel. Okay. I feel like tunnel's going to need an FAQ.
Poggers.
The terrain will be part of the narrative of both, I think, this box, and then there's supposed to be an NPO mission, which I think it'll also work with. Did they show the NPO box in here? Let me scroll. Because there's an NPO box that I think might get the terrain as well. Let me kill team NPO mission box. There was a picture of it somewhere. NIDS. This one was the one with the gaunts in it. They showed it in a video. I don't think they put out a picture of it yet. Warhammer Community. But it's not meant for competitive. You can use it in open if you want. Like if you just want to play with people and be like, hey, let's NID theme this. That's perfectly fine. There's no issues there. And then there's going to be missions in the rulebook that comes with this box that's like, okay, put this here, do this with this, place this here. There's going to be things that happen. Like it'll be like, hey, if you end your move near this tendril, roll D3 for mortals if you're not a NID. So stuff like that. Let me see. Kill team Mountainside, yep. Tyrannid Burrow, yep. New Tyranids revealed, sure. There's got to be a picture of the box.
Poggers.
Poggers. I don't see it. I know they announced an NPO team. The hell? I don't know. They revealed it at a show. They were like, you can get this box and play, or you can get this box. It comes with like 3 squads of Gaunts in it. Hiya. Zoom. Nice. Bolt gun stat lines, better than bolt gun stat lines, and there's also inflict damage with critically operative weapons being used against gains poison tokens, blah, 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 whenever operative has 1 of your poison. Same thing as Death Guard. They have to start adding counterplay to this. They have to add, maybe in the next expansion of rules, and like a 1 action point thing where someone can cure themselves or someone else. I got to do, it's on the docket to try to figure out battle reports. And then it's on the docket to expand into 40K and stuff. And maybe even AOS here and there. To be sort of an everything coverage channel. So that I'm not just niched into Kill Team. But like, it's a lot of work to do 1 video. Let alone a video in any asset of how the game is played. It goes over the NPO features. But this isn't, the box that they show... The box that they show in general isn't the NPO box, though. And I'm wondering if the NPO box has the terrain in it as well. If you're not looking for the kill team, if you can get the terrain with the NPO box instead, for some reason or other. Select 1 friendly runner operative. The friendly operative can immediately perform a free burrow action. Nice. If it's within 2 inches of your tunnel, it can immediately perform a free fallback or reposition. Interesting. 20 wounds. Yeah, because this is a 5-man team, so this is going to be ridiculous. That 5+ save, though. I'm guessing there might be a team rule that says maybe like +1 to defense rolls, or possibly like a subtraction to pierce. They might not say it here. If not, then yeah, it's 20 wounds, but you're going to... If so, you stand out in front of like a heavy bolter, you're dead. Like that kind of thing. Well, it's 6 range, 4 damage for the spitter. It's okay, so it's 100% fine to proxy anything in this game so long as the models, like, okay, base size is important. That's one of the biggest things for the game. You can do jump pack troopers, but the base size has to be what it is. The other thing that kind of matters to players is, because they don't do like a generalization for vision, the silhouette is important. So if you can get jump pack troopers that take up visually as much space, if not more, or even like slightly less in one dimension but slightly more in another, you can easily proxy. These things look really big though, so I don't know if like raptors or jump pack intercessors would be big enough without like weird little additions, like extra exhausts on the side or something. You're gonna need to make them big. And the key thing is, like, if these are all specialists, you need every jump pack trooper to be able to easily be seen as what they are. Like, this one looks like it has enhanced melee, so you're gonna want something with like crazier looking weapons than normal. This looks like the one that can spit at things, I think, right? Is that the spitter? Yeah, the Venom Spitter. This is the one that has decent ranged functionality. You're going to want a jump pack trooper that has like a really cool blade and then maybe like some kind of cool looking flamer or something special attached to it. So long as you achieve a visual aesthetic where someone can look at what you have on the field and be like, sure. Even though it's like, oh, I'm a jump pack trooper in Chaos Space Marine armor, this is a 5+ save. It'll look like it should be a 3. But the durability is just like, oh, the durability is 20 wounds. Because they're a raptor or a jump pack trooper in this situation, maybe the armor is not as good to keep them light. I don't know. It is what it is. But you're looking at 7-inch move, which is about a jump pack movement in this mode at this point. Because they lowered... Didn't they lower the jump pack dwarf to 6? I think he was 7 or he was 8 or something, and they lowered him. You do have to take silhouette into consideration. And the thing is, if you're like, oh, jump pack troopers aren't as tall as this, get a rock. Get a base rock. Or get a bunch of cork and build up the base with cork. That way, the jump pack trooper stands tall instead of low. That's perfectly fine. I hate this. I actually do hate this. This has been a trend in Kill Team and like stuff going forward. The idea of the base needing to be like better looking, I guess, and more attuned to what's happening here. And this bothers me. Because what if I'm playing on a specific... Like, what if the rest of my army has like crystalline forms and like all that cool stuff, and then this is just like, what's this? Why? I'm gonna need to like fully custom this. As long as you can get to the silhouette to feel like this wide. Are these are probably 40s, aren't they? Does it? Yeah, so you're building for 40s. Which still getting used to where all these things are. 40. It's not the biggest. I mean, it's of course bigger than a Marine, but you might be able to pull something off with 40s. It'll be a bit for kit bashing, because you do want to make sure things are easily told apart. But, I mean, it's doable. Honestly, I could see someone doing this with stealth suits. This could be a really good stealth suit conversion army. All right, Lala. Luciana. Faction rules. High stakes whack-a-mole. Impressive trio of faction rules. Tunnel is a path you carve across the battlefield. First, in each turning point, the tunnel can extend. Oh, that's what it is. So you start probably with 2, and then you just add more. Burrow is the action that lets the team pop in and out of tunnels at an expense of 2 inches of the movement and an AP, but on a team with 3 APL and 7-inch move, it's well worth. Along with providing Raveners the ability to fight twice. So yeah, they are 3 AP with fight twice. That's not bad. The question is, does this allow you to charge? The operative is underground, set it up on your tunnel. If the operative is underground. Alternatively, instead of resolving the above effect, if the operative is in the kill zone on your tunnel, remove it. Oh, so this is a step. This is literally this. Okay, so this is like a flow, a sequence where you would get to someone who's near one of your tunnel marks, fight and kill them. Like, you would play forward. Okay, I kind of see this. I kind of see the strategy. You have tunnels near the objectives you want to hold. The turn that you're able to get a tunnel very close to where an opponent's position is on terrain, what you're going to do is you're going to charge, because it's 7, 8, 9. It's 9 inches as a charge from wherever you are on the front line from conceal. You just go to engage, charge 9 inches right next to someone who's near a tunnel. Fight them, hopefully once, kill them, burrow. That's the sequence with this army. Because then you just, next turn, you pop up near an objective and you can like flip the objective. You can hold it. You can do other stuff. So it's going to come down to... So the question, do they have to be near the tunnel entrances or just down here? I guess this is just the measurement of like 5 inches. It's on the area between markers. B is also... Oh, no, it is. Operative B is also on your tunnel. One of your tunnel markers. So you can touch a tunnel marker or stand over top of the region. Dude, this is so strong. This is better than flipping to conceal. It's just... Because normally what will happen is if you have a squad or you have an army that has good melee that can flip to conceal or stay in conceal, when you charge forward and kill a person, there you are. You're standing next to them. You're standing in front of people who could send a Melta up or a really good melee guy up and just wipe you out, and that's it. You did a trade. This prevents trading. This just straight up prevents trading. Because then you just appear somewhere back on the line, and if these are close enough to where objectives are, you just pop up next to the objective behind cover. Very much about knowing the map, very much about knowing where these are best placed next to terrain. This is also going to play very importantly in with placing terrain that you have from the equipment tree. Like if you can put a heavy barricade in a spot where you know this is going to need to go, which a heavy barricade's only 3 inches out of your operating zone, so probably not. It's probably going to end up being regular barricades because these don't say anything about they're too big to take cover behind light terrain unless that's part of their mission rule or their main team rule that they're not talking about. If these can go behind regular walls and not care, light every single time you're going to take light terrain and it's going to be perfectly awesome. What's up, Roso? With the little salute. People saluting in my chat keep freaking me out. Not disgustingly resilient. Even 20 wounds, 5+ save leaves rather vulnerable to high volume of fire and chip, but there are a few ways balanced. Tunnel lurkers and strategy ploy, they're pair extremely well. I mean, they're going to have a ploy that allows them to make another tunnel, like during the round once, on top of the ones they can make normally. There's no way they don't. Equipment, all of a sudden 5+ saves aren't so bad when you're retaining 2. Oh, Jesus. 2 dice. I'm guessing if you're near a tunnel. This combo does assume the operative, yeah, near the tunnel, but most of the team's utility. So you can get 2 auto retentions, which is good. Auto retention with this team is going to be massive. Terrascythe operative, blah, blah, blah. The Battlecade. Impressive firepower, radically flexible and deep toolbox. I'm assuming you're going to basically have 2 leaders in this, the AdMech team. And all of these servitors need to be within certain ranges of them to get bonuses, which I actually kind of like. That feels a little bit like old Hyrotech, where you had to keep things within range of the little shrimp. Servitor network counteract performs 1 AP actions for free. Yeah. 1 AP. Oh, so on the network, every single person loses an AP, so one guy gets an AP action. That's so crazy. That is wild. Turns the team into unpredictable nightmares. Seemingly dormant servers suddenly awake to unleash devastating attacks. Perform a key action. Change their order to alter the state of the battlefield. This could be cool. Yeah, this guy's like all buffs. This guy's going to chill. Is this the leader? Yeah, this isn't even the leader. They're just going to have 2 people who provide buffs to the team, and then you have to keep the team within certain network ranges, which looks to be 6 inches. Or a friendly Battlecade auto proxy operative to immediate. Okay, so it's 6 inches, and then there's an extension to it with auto proxies. Yeah, this is a cool looking list. Instead, the servitors underseers. Okay. Whenever friendly Battlecade servitor operative is within 6 inches of friendly Battlecade auto proxy, servitors underseer operative that friendly servitor operative weapons have accurate 1. It's decent. Purposes of support rule, comms device equipment, and the comms. Oh, support rule and the comms device equipment. The auto proxy or servitor underseer must control your comms device marker to add 3. Okay, so comms devices probably going to be very strong in this team. New play that will come up most likely in the game's Nospheric Possession. It gives a shooting boost. Yeah. Duty of Reclamation. You can command reroll Firefight Ploy for... You can command reroll Firefight Ploy for 0 CP if the attack or defense dice was rolled by a friendly Battlecade operative that contests an objective marker. So this is the this is a strategic ploy. Once per action. Oh, okay. So this is just you getting a ton of free command rerolls depending on your position. That's not bad at all. Battlecades are granted this device. This is equipment. After revealing equipment, yeah, roll 1d3 a number of times during the battle equal to the result of whenever you transfer power. You can use this roll if you do. Don't subtract 1 from the operative APL stat, but it can perform a free fight or shoot action. So that overrides the full army AP reduction. Not bad. Typhon brings 2. Yep. Okay. Let's be real. 2 long-awaited and beloved kill teams. It's bringing 1. Everyone wants the Tyranids. AdMech, I think, is interesting, but they weren't long-awaited. No one was really thinking AdMech for this. Personally, I think a lot of people would have hoped for a Death Watch into Tyranid, since that feels literally... If they showed the artwork for that, for all like the new players that occasionally watch... Wait, what the... I did not notice that. Michael, you in chat? $50 super chat. I gotta get my... I thought I didn't have super chats on. Thanks for the 50, though. What is your favorite model and unit for Emperor's Children? If you're still in chat, holy crap. Thank you, man. Favorite model and unit? I mean, there's so few. There's so few. I mean, my Fulgrim's great. I don't like the new Fulgrim, though. I like the old Fulgrim. In terms of visuals. But... surprise... if it's pure stats and pure effort and effect, it's the Demon Princes with wings. I mean, it's going to be that forever. Surprisingly, I think Lucius is really good only if he's in... With Emperor's Children, it's combos. That's all it is. It's figuring out combos. Like, I love Fulgrim in Carnival with demons nearby. I love Lucius with Flawless Blades in a Land Raider in Rapid Evisceration. I love the Lucius rework. The Lucius rework was really good visually. I think the Noise Marines are really good in terms of visual. Like, the update to them was well worth it. I don't like how the Flawless Blades look. Tormentors or Infractors are a little too basic. I think the Cacophonist model is awesome. I really like the Cacophonist model. But as of right now, if it was everything, like from my collection, it's my Horus Heresy Fulgrim that I updated to 130 on the base size. I'm gonna have to check to see if my super chat notification doesn't make noise, because I really am not happy I missed that, because hopefully he's still in chat. I just upgraded Tormentors. I took Infractors. I put them on taller bases, and then I gave them 2 daggers in, like, they're just dual wielding swords. There's a part that comes on the Infractor and Tormentor sprue that when you look through the entire listing of how to build these things, at no point does it show you where to put it. So I have 6 of those. So I applied those to these, and it's like a... You know how in the Space Marines... Oh, thank you. Yeah, so from my army collection, it would be Fulgrim. But from in general, it's usually combos, or it's just a Demon Prince with wings, because it's just the strongest thing in the game. And actually, how long have you followed me? Do you want to see my Demon Prince with wings? I'll pull it out. I'm going to shock and appall you. Hang on. Behold. I lost a tournament so hard they gave me my money back. And then they told me everything was on sale in the store because for everyone that did the tournament, they did the sale. It was like 20% off or something. And I was like, that's cool. I don't think I need anything, though. And then I looked over at the AOS Slanesh section. They had Sigvald at the price he was like 4 years ago. You're looking at a $35 Sigvald with my spare Demon Prince wings attached to it. This is my winged Demon Prince in my Thousand Sons army. I have the redeemed one as the other. What is it? Torn of the Redeemed? It's the guy from the Stormcast. That's my favorite model. Like, unit and model and everything that I made myself. Outside of that, it's my Fulgrim, because my Fulgrim is the Horus Heresy Fulgrim. But then stats and interest, again, it's combos. I do think Rapid Evisceration with Lucius and a full squad of Flawless Blades and a Land Raider is amazing. I think people are sleeping on the idea of a full Infractor squad Exultant, because most people run MSU Infractors with Exultants because the whole plan is to throw that at something, to kill it, and then have that squad die almost immediately after. And I don't like that. That's not how I want to play. That's not my Emperor's Children plan, is to just be like, let me throw away a ton of models to get points in coterie and then kill you with something that just rerolls everything and crits on 5s. No, I don't want to do that. So like combos like that with the Land Raider in Rapid Evisceration, combos like Carnival with Fulgrim and a squad of Demonettes, that's fantastic. Those are some of my favorite combos. Let me... Alert box? YouTube. Super chats. Yep. They were not enabled. Question, though, and you guys are going to see shit pop up on screen because I don't... It does say Bitbar. Oh, it's Poggers. Okay. Super chat message settings. I might not do the messages for... No, let's do it. I got to cut down size, though. Preview. Font. Let's actually lower it in general. Preview again. I like it for now, but I know someone's going to type a giant message and it's going to mess with it. So, save settings. Now I will be informed. All right, let's get back to the painting. I think this is cool, though. The new kill teams are good. I swear to God there was an NPO box that's supposed to be out, though, at some point here. We're supposed to be getting an NPO box. I don't know why they don't show it, because it should be pre-ordered around the same time, right? And I'm pretty sure it was supposed to have a bunch of Gaunts in it.
Poggers.
Yeah. Thanks for the $5 for the test. You psychopath. I think the main issue is I don't see it in the multi-chat, but it does pop up in the activity feed, which is good. I like that it keeps it separate. That way I can at least maybe sort it to see it, potentially. We've been trying the multi-stream function for a little bit now. A reminder to everyone in chat, the YouTube side is we're back, but because of the consistent things I see about YouTube and music issues, you guys are just listening to me like Bob Ross style, specifically the later seasons. If you wish for music, I have music running over on the Twitch side, or you can always just put on your own playlist, you know, chill, hobby. I think that might be a little bit better conceptually, because like if you're watching to paint along and like hang out and talk, maybe you got your own music you'd prefer to listen to. Maybe my ambient lo-fi dungeon crawl dark music that we're listening to right now. It's just not your bag. And that's perfectly fine. Oh, dude. Korax White is so bad. I feel sorry for you, Roso. I will tell you, what are you trying to do with it? Are you trying to, like, fade white, or are you trying to just block areas with white? Because if you're trying to block areas, I've used a couple different things. I currently have settled on So Flat, but So Flat is a little bit chalky, and you do have to apply it a few times. The thing I will always point to, if you're getting real serious about like blocking an area without the need to like, you know, do too much side work. Pro Acryl, Titanium White, top tier. Most of my 1,000 Suns I ever made, if I needed to block an area out, one coat, super thin, super opaque. It's just perfect. The issue I have with it is I've tried to thin it a few times to fade it, and it'll do a thing where it just becomes like fluidy, and it sort of moves around almost like contrast. It's no longer white, so it doesn't really hold on the surface. But when you leave it in its baseline format, it's just one coat, done. Super thin, doesn't get rid of detail, no chalk, fantastic. Pro Acryl White. Not sponsored. Should be sponsored. So yeah, highly suggest Proacryl. Proacryl is great in almost every regard. I find it easier to blend and stuff with like Army Painter and Citadel and even SoFlat. But Proacryl is like, you want that to be red with one coat? Got you, bro. I will say though, SoFlat for satin black for the basing rings, really good. No, yeah, Proacryl is great. Army Painter Fanatic is really good too, and I will say that the really light gray that I have. So here's the thing: are you painting the shoulder full white? There's a general consensus in painting models that going full white right off the rip isn't the best way to go anyway, because you kind of want to build it up or make it look a little off. Brigade Gray from Army Painter Warpaint, so close to white, it's baffling, and then you just go in with like a white highlight of some kind, minor amount, and then you can just build up off top of the Brigade Gray. This goes on in like one coat too. So it just depends on how you want to approach it. Vallejo's, they finally resolved that. That was something I did look into because I was really annoyed. I love Vallejo Gold. You're looking at Vallejo Gold. It is so burnished and cool looking that you just apply it with an airbrush over black and it looks fantastic. Are you trying to make something look beige? So were you the Black Templar player? Highly suggest getting a speed paint or contrast that's bone color. Skeletal Horde or something along those lines. If you do white or even that light gray that I showed you and then hit it with that, it beiges it really well. Skeletal Horde is probably one of the best contrasts you can get for just generalized purposes. It is so good. I use it on like scrolls and stuff to try to make the scroll look aged. I of course use it for bone. I wonder if I've got something that I can show you with it on it that's like really easy to see. Oh, hang on. Let's see if I can pick this guy up. See that book page? That's just white with Skeletal Horde over top of it. That's it. That's all I did. Nothing else. All the book pages. Just white with Skeletal Horde. The scrolls on the front. White with Skeletal Horde. And if you control it a little better, you can make the outer rim of it like that brown, and then the middle part's just beige. I can't not read that in Bob Wolf's voice. It's a me, Mario. How you all doing, though? It's good to see chat decently lively. It's about to be 3 o'clock, which is, I guess, usually when people drive home, go on break, go to work. And then it's just me sitting here by myself. Just chilling. Really want to get through this Mauler Fiend and the Forge Fiend today. That covers most of what I need. And then I gotta bust the Zangors back out so we can get back to work on them. I have to silver the rest of the daggers. We've just got work to do at that point. Alright, blew up the back armor until the purple at the middle. I might take my combat patrol in with me too, just to make sure. Apparently the store is doing a combat patrol event that started Sunday. Although I'm like 90% sure I'm behind on it. The way the Warhammer store does it, it's based on heavily on participation, partially on victory loss. Yeah, you can either get Skeletal Horde, which I think is the contrast from Citadel. Army Painter, their version of it is really good as well. Like, there's almost no difference. And there's always cool things you can add to it, too. Like, if you have a brown contrast paint and you're doing bone, you can start with white, do the bone contrast, and then hit like the far outer edge with like a watered down brown to make it look like aged bone. Looks so good. Just fun little effects you can do. Definitely learn how to control contrast, though. Contrast isn't really one of those, like, straight up, just apply it and be done. There's something that occurs in contrast that you might have come across that people usually refer to as coffee staining. So you have to kind of get used to the coffee staining and attempt to either fix it or be prepared for it with layer paints that can pull stuff back. Like if you purchase a layer paint that's like a really, really, really light beige, usually like mummy white or a bone color, like a really light bone color. I think Wraithbone you've said you had. What you do is you Skeletal Horde, you try to control the coffee staining where it pools and stuff with a brush where you kind of hit it with the brush to reabsorb the contrast paint. And then maybe once it's all dry, you take the really light bone color and you just go over areas lightly and almost in a glazing fashion to try to like pull certain areas even further into like the straight up Wraithbone. It's an option. Like what we're doing here is this is Acerman blue over top of gold. That's why it's super dark blue and super dark purple, right? That's perfectly fine. I'm now re-brightening it with layer paint, but I'm leaving the outer edges as best I can to be the dark blue. So it's like it's pre-shadered almost. And you can kind of stipple it and texture it, and it like adds to the overall effect. Consistency is key though. And this is kind of years in the making, because I was already done painting these years ago. Like 1 whole year ago at this point. And now we're just updating it to feel a little bit better. Partially because I saw that Combat Patrol picture with the new Demon Prince they painted for Thousand Suns that has the bright blue armor. And I kind of loved it. Like, I immediately loved that Demon Prince. So now we're trying to play that out into my entire Thousand Suns army. Is just like weird burnished gold. And then just suddenly like really bright clean armor plating. I have never used a Mauler Fiend properly. Like, as I'm painting this guy, I feel a little disappointed. I know they're supposed to be good. But I once shot a Space Marine. I think it was a Blood Angel's Dreadnought. The melee variant with like the dual claws. I shot it a bunch. Took it down a few wounds. It made a lot of saves. And then I sent my Mauler Fiend in to kill it. Because the Mauler Fiend's just melee las cannons. And then I think I put 2 or 3 wounds up for it. And it saved all of it. And then one tap my Mauler Fiend. I think Bale Red or Ball Red, however you want to pronounce it, I think it goes on smooth. Some contrast is better than others in terms of just the general smoothness it applies at. Like Flesh Terror's red. It says it's a contrast paint, but I swear to God, it's just like a full retoning paint. It's like the most fluid base paint I've ever seen. It turns any color into that red. Just calls it a day. But I've applied Mephiston before, and it feels good applying it. It doesn't seem to have too many issues. Or Bale, rather. Fun trick with layer painting, have a second brush nearby that is completely clear of paint. If you accidentally touch an area you really didn't want touched, put water on that brush and then hit it real quick. Rapid way to erase paint you don't want. Yeah, no, Flesh Terror is just like, you want this thing to be dark red? Okay. Well, I want the shadows to be darker red. It's all just gonna be one tone of dark red. Have fun. And the crazy part is it applies so smoothly too. Like that stuff levels out and creates extremely perfect dark red areas. Is it Gore Red or something? I don't think I have it. Army Painter's definitely got some solid hits in its Speed Paint 2.0 line. It does have some misses, though. I've tried using things like Nuclear Sunrise, and it just looks weird. Like, it doesn't even get remotely close to the orange that's on the bottle, even on top of white. I use it more like a decayed orange. Like, it feels like a perfect Nurgle orange. All right. Blue complete. Let's get the purple back done. Get the Meltas reattached. Oh no. Was this the other Melta? Yeah. There we go. I mean, he looks kind of cool next to the Terminators. Oh, it was freaking out? If you're part of the Discord, I'll answer stuff there too. But let me show you. So the neon green is usually a build-up. You want to start from a white surface. You can try to build up white using whatever, hopefully as thin of a white paint as you have. I use So Flat. I've talked earlier. I highly hope maybe you own Pro Acryl White. And then you go from there to... Where is it? Yeah. You can do golden high flow fluorescent chartreuse. Or you can do the So Flat fluorescent yellow. And then you finish it with fluorescent green high flow. It has to be high flow for the green, because that allows it to like flow out really well. It goes into crevices to darken up slightly. It does really cool stuff. It's meant for airbrush. You can kind of use it through airbrush to make like glowy neon effects. Like, where is he? So this was an airbrush based effect using the neon, where I did the chartreuse over the whole thing, and then I went to the outside with pink, and I did a circle of pink around the outside before then painting it. But like, that's how you get this kind of stuff. The yellow to orange shift. The green to yellow. And it's all blacklight reactive because it's actually fluorescent paint. Like if I put a blacklight on this, you see it glow. It's not just the brightness of it. It's actually reactive. We actually need to update this guy with the green. But I gotta do the purple first. I gotta remember. Yes, there's fluorescent blue. Fluorescent blue is the claws on this guy. You can always water it down a little with white. You can mix it. Kind of the same principle. It's a mixable paint. You can do it with other stuff. You can apply it to different things. If you water it down a little, it'll flow more into the crevices. So if the surface is... If you pre-paint it like a really, really, really light blue or a white, then you hit it with that, with like a flow to it, like the high flow version, which is a little bit more liquidy. It'll pull to certain parts. It'll coffee stain certain areas, but it'll leave like the brighter white in other spots. So... But the pigment for the fluorescent is part of the overall suspension fluid. So when you hit it with a black light, the whole thing will turn blue. It's pretty cool. It also means that if you hit things you don't want with the fluorescent paint and then clean them after by just like wiping it up so it goes away, when you turn a black light on, it's still that color. Like, you got to be very careful with it if that's what you're worried about. If you're just worried about what it looks like in daylight without any extra stuff, then you're fine. But if you don't want like weird parts of your models to glow that don't look like they should be glowing, But there's a lot of fluorescence. I have not tested the Vallejo FX. I've heard it's almost as good, but the art store near me sells High Flow and Golden Brand for really cheap. And it's already pre-made for airbrush. So I kind of just stick with that. Let's look. I haven't heard of Gaia Color. Ooh, people joining Discord. Ad roll. Mini whips. Hiya. So these are good starting points. You're getting the general zones right. I mean, you're hitting details and objects. Always with expansion, though, when you're trying to figure out what to do next, things that you could definitely help or gain benefits from is probably shaders if you don't already use them, which I don't think you do based on what I'm looking at. Because like raw metal like this always looks a little weird until you shader it. A lot of people lean into Nuln Oil. A lot of people talk about Agrax Earthshade. Like, this being a baseline is fine. And then you could... And this is a trick that a lot of artists know, or a lot of painters know. I think I saw Glass Half Dead show it off. What you can do is you fill a spray bottle with, like, a bunch of water, I think. There's a mix. It's a general mix. It's like water and shader. And then you just take these outside and you just spray bottle all your stuff with the shader through the water bottle, and then flick the water off of it, and then just let it dry. And you can bulk shader an army that way, because it just adds depth. Like what you're seeing right here, that flatness where it's just like, this is a color, this is a color. Once you add shader to it, it goes, this is a color, and then there's a split that looks a little gradiated here, and then there's this other color, and then in that color there's little tonal shifts thanks to the shader in the cracks and the crevices, and it lightens it up a little bit. Yeah, like here, because you just posted this one, I think. So like this thing that's going on here with the black, it goes like black metal, shader will just automatically do that to everything. It just applies it overall, and it just gives it a little bit extra oomph. Because like this feels fine. This feels very Nurgly. There's like lighter outer edges. It kind of like fades and goes darker in areas. So if you hit it with an overall shader, it separates a lot of the, like this would get lines around it, and then it would have lines there. These would have like darker tone lines here. Past that point, the only thing you can really add to it is to try to find something to maybe like do a slight layer to kind of build up over top of these colors. This is just like the next step. If you don't care about it, you don't have to. Like, this is me just kind of explaining things that's like, oh, you could do this. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But like, this could help you get to like a next step easily without being like, oh, I got to put another 1,000 hours into all my models. No, just spray bottle it out with shader. And it could look amazing and be super quick for you to do. Just a little extra. A little extra bit. Give you some oomph. Because I see you tried to edge highlight, so that's cool. Always good for edge highlighting. But yeah, like things like shaders, things like contrasts, they tend to be quick ways to add like a slight amount of detail that feels like you put 100 hours of work into it. I think so. What do you go by in Discord? I remember seeing Necrons. Are you in is it in the complete section or is it in the I'm working on it section? Because I know there were some Necrons posted in the complete section. Are you Carlito? Because those are awesome. I always love alternate color. Dude, like alternate color Necron. Like who uses pink? This guy, and it works. So it's a mini whipper. Scrolling. Same tag as the witch. Was this a while back? How recent was this? People keep posting stuff because we're getting like bright pink legionary, crazy mode. Look up the mix you need for the spray bottle idea because you don't. It's cool because you can water it down so you extend the life of it. You won't need as much. Like a couple drops and then some water and then just do it outside. Don't do it inside. And do it in a place where you don't care if like shader hits the ground. Oh, I've got to scroll so far back. Hi-ya. Oh, yeah. Weirdly, you painted yours very closely to how I painted mine. Shrimp. Big man. Yeah, man. You got plans for basing or you just want to do the models? I've noticed a lot of people in our Discord is like, here's my model. I don't care about the base. And I get it. Sometimes you don't have to care. But yeah, they got that ragged look. I also did the multi-metal. The way I approached it was my Apprentice was kind of like basic metal. And then we did silver shoulder pads. I did the Despotech with bronze shoulder pads and basic metal. And then all of my leader units are gold shoulder pads and then the basic metal. And then my standard units, I did the shoulder pads we did in like dark green, like black green almost, with an edge highlight of turquoise. And then one of their shoulder pads was always a color because I wanted my on-field units to be color-coded so I could always be like, the red guy shoots that guy over there kind of situation. Basing is a lot easier than you think. Here, let me show you. Like, these bases are just contrast paint and then texture paste, and that's it. The texture paste I bulk purchased from Golden because it's way cheaper than any Citadel texture paste. Or even, like, some of the companies that make their own buckets of texture paste. Still way cheaper. Like, the crackled ground is just this. I apply it with a paint knife. I think a thing of that's like $5 or $6. Yeah, you can do roller textures. It's just so easy. It's like, but here's my approach for my Necron. Let me try to get you the basing. Come on, focus. There you go. So you see how that basing looks? This is a little bit of crackle texture. Not crackle. It's golden coarse pumice. Golden coarse pumice. Tiny little components. I didn't do everything. It's literally just in tiny spots, right? Just tiny little areas. This right here, this cool little thing you're seeing where you're like, oh, what's that? It's a zip tie. I cut up some zip ties to make it look like metal tracking. And then I just glued them to the bases. And then this is Garragax Sewer. One hit of contrast Garragax Sewer. Over top of it, you have to make it like white or gray or something. Like you just paint it all white, Garragax Sewer, done. Not my children's fun. What up, OJ? There's different approaches to basing. You can always pre-base. That's a function, but whatever base, if you pre-base and then put stuff down on it, you need to make sure that whatever you're gluing to it is sort of like able to hold, because if you glue things to basing, it'll just pop right off. It'll rip the basing clean off with it. If you're going to pre-base stuff, I highly suggest getting your hands on like Mod Podge matte. This is a sealer. It's sort of like Elmer's glue, but really watered down. You kind of go over it, let it dry for a day, and then it's pretty much just a solid surface that you can then glue something to. With Gorilla Glue is the best option. But the basing for this was done after. Like I said, I apply it with a paint knife, and I just put it through. I just kind of shoved the stuff around on the surface. And what you could even do, because this basing material is white, right? This is white, and so's the coarse pumice. The way Golden designed this was so you could pre-pigment it if you want. But the way I use it is, let's say I want to glue a tank down and I want it to be in texture, but I kind of want it to be like smooth or even. I could, if I'm timely enough with it, get the full unit built, and then with this base, you kind of want to hit it with like a layer of something for like certain parts to cling to. The coarse pumice gel is better about it, but the crackle paste usually needs primer down first, or gesso or something, which you can also buy in bulk. You just create the surface you want. You just kind of slather it over the whole thing, put glue on the feet of the tank, and then just shove it through it, and then just fix around the feet, and you're done. Where is my paint knife? But like I said, with those Necrons, those are already glued to the base. Anything that isn't the coarse pumice gel texture or the little zip tie, that's just the base painted white and then hit with Garragax Sewer contrast, because the bases they sell for all this, they're not smooth, they're textured. There's a texture there, and it actually looks really nice. It's very fine, but it's there. So if you paint it white and then hit it with a contrast, it kind of looks like flat surface ground. Maybe like a little bit metal, or maybe just like really fine dirt. But I use one of these to shove, like, I'll just put the texture paste on it, and then I'll just kind of go in and I'll just spread it out until it's all done. And then you just let it dry. And you're good. Perfectly fine. And this is just Argos Dunes as a contrast. It's all the white and then Argos Dunes. Sometimes I'll dry brush a little Zamasi Desert over top of it just to give it like a little slightly different yellow-orange sand tone. Oh yeah, the technicals from Citadel are usually basing paste, but they never sell you enough. Like, if you're going to play a 2K army, you're going to need like 10 of those if you want all their bases to look the same. There's even tricks you can do with those. Because there should be a white one. Like a white fine crackle. And if you use that one and then some contrast paints over top of it, you can create like magma flow. Like if you do the white over top of a base, hit it with an orange. No, hit it with a yellow and then put orange in some spots. And then once it's done, after that dries, you take a black and you kind of go over where the crackle areas are with black. You create just magma flow crackle. It's pretty cool. The crackle paste that Golden sells does the same thing, though. Oh, God, how am I going to... I want to show you guys it, because I did it on one thing way back in the day. Priming the base will help with the crackle paste if you're using Golden. Priming does hold on to technical paint, too. So if your base is already primed, then you apply the paste to it. It's usually held better. But again, if you're going to glue the model on top of the paste, you need to find a way to, like, either get a pin to go through the foot, through the texture, or to Mod Podge the whole thing to hold it better. But you can do fun things with, like, texture paste. Like, I did areas of crackle here, and then I left areas open for the base, which we did as magma flow. This is my Archeon. I hate and I love this model at the same time. Because it's glued here. And this isn't connected outside of like one little spot. This whole guy is glued in like that and that. But yeah, this is my Magma Flow Archeon. Weirdly, he's held up more sturdy than any... I've had this guy break. Because the only thing holding him to the ground is that ankle to that foot. I should pin him. I was planning on pinning him after he broke, but it was during a tournament, so I wanted to glue him back on first, and he's held so far, and I'm like, maybe I don't break him back off. Maybe I don't risk shattering other pieces of plastic. These are magnets. What's up, Badger? I glue the magnets into the bottom using a specialty kind of glue. Some people use super glue, and that works, but if there's a big temperature shift, it'll snap them clean off. So I use something called E6000, which is a very chemical glue. And then when I transport them, I have... It's kind of like cookie sheets, and they're kind of locked into trays. So like with this thing, if I put it in that kind of a tray system, this could literally hang upside down from the metal. And there'd be no issue. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of utilize the magnet carrying trick. If it's a small enough army you're carrying, you can buy like a metal toolbox and just put them in it. Some people can buy, it's called steel vinyl, and then stick it to the bottom of like a carrying case, like a plastic carrying case. That'll hold it against the bottom there. You could buy cookie trays that lock into something. There's a company that I've purchased 2 boxes from so far. It's a really good company. They used to only be on Etsy, but then they decided to break off and become their own thing. So Tabletop Stronghold is now its own website. I believe there's someone I watch. There's a couple people I watch, maybe. I think Auspex Tactics is sponsored by them, so you might get a code there. There's a person... There's a bunch of people, actually, but there's another person I watch who I can't remember the name of right now, who's also sponsored by them, so coupon codes over there, maybe. So just look around for coupon codes from content creators for Tabletop Stronghold. They're these really well put together wooden boxes that are laser etched and come with nice metal trays inside. You can get all different sizes. They even come with magnets, so if you don't want to like just buy magnets, you can usually get them from there, or you can just buy your own. But yeah, the magnet and metal tray trick. Best way to get any of these to move around. Genuinely my thought, because I've always wondered if somebody were to commission me to paint something, like how would I send it to them? I would get a sturdy box, definitely. I would make sure the bottom of that box was like a metal tray that's locked in. I would definitely magnetize the model. I would still put padding inside the box to make sure, even if the magnets disconnect for whatever reason, because it's being roughhoused or thrown around, that the padding would stop it from really rolling about. And then it would just reconnect it to the metal at some point with the magnets. Then I'd have to leave explicit instructions when you open the box to be like, look, pull it out slowly, make sure, you know, it's connected to the metal properly so it doesn't just like get yanked out and thrown across your room as you're pulling the padding out of the box. And honestly, if I did commission, I would do way more pinning than I do. Oh, I would pin so much stuff. I do not want things to just break. I did so much pinning to my Fulgrim Horus Heresy model because of how much is like very lightly glued together. Or like with very little surface to glue. That thing is a brick. Like, he shakes about occasionally, and he barely moves. I pick him up by the wings when I play games with him. because he's so hard to pick up any other way. I probably should have planned to put something on the base like a handle. Like just a pillar or something I could grab and be like, here he is, he's moving. Such a wildly huge model. Yeah, you'll get those. I mean, it's not easy to get, but at the same time... It is weird, though, because I have talked to a few people who, they know the rules. I know they do, specifically for 40k, because we have a bigger local 40k community than I have a kill team community. And they'll be like, I'm shooting that thing, and I'm like, it's standing behind the footprint for the building, and they're like, oh, well, does that mean I can't shoot it? And it's like, do you have indirect? You don't have vision, because I'm behind the footprint, and it's vice versa. I can't see you either, so I can't shoot at you next turn, so that's how that works. And he's like, I don't like that. I prefer true sight. And it's like, I imagine you would, man, with an army like yours that could easily see anything and everything unless the terrain was built explicitly with your giant knights in mind. Because I wouldn't be able to hide anything on the field at all against your knights. And then you would just be firing every round all the time. I got to watch that, man. There were these, technically I guess they were new players and they didn't want to do the WTC or even just the general rules for layouts and stuff. They didn't want to do that. And the one guy played Knights and the other guy played Death Guard. And the Knights player was basically 2 dual battle cannon or Gatling cannon or whatever people. It was whatever the really high output damage one was. The whole game he was just like, I wiped that squad. I killed that monster. Meanwhile, Death Guard are like, I can't move, man. I can't even get across this field. Everything that moves up dies immediately. Alright, Mauler Fiend. Complete. It had that awkward moment at the end where the guy was like, man, I don't know how anyone wins against Knights. And it's like, well, in the actual game, it happens a lot, usually. You know, when they're using the real rules for vision and validity. Definitely a lot harder now. Knights are really, really freaking strong. Okay. Well, what in general was the issue? Was it whether you could see someone from like a third story who's like all the way below you? Because I've heard people have that as an issue, and it's like, well, you can't see him first, and they're like, no, he would lean over the edge, and it's like, you know, he's not moving, right? The model is currently standing still. Is the RBDs in the room with us right now? The person in the low ground can shoot high ground even though you can't see the base. It's not about seeing the base. Vision is only head to model. That's the vision. That's where vision ends. And they even say that the base isn't part of that. You don't worry about the base for that. The base only matters for cover. So if someone on... So I'm assuming you're talking about people who are like across the field from each other. At that point, the base only matters to try to figure out whether you have obscuring, whether you have cover, and then in sequence, whether that changes whether or not the vision is there based on order, right? If you have cover and you're in conceal and the cover's considered heavy, then no, you're not shooting that unit. If you're in cover and it's light and the person trying to shoot you is on vantage, yeah, you can shoot them. They still get cover, but it overrides the conceal order. And then in vice versa, the people on vantage are usually always against people on the floor in cover. It makes it really hard with silent units that can just stay in conceal on the top floor. I believe the floors are considered light, though. So if you have seek light, I'm pretty sure you can shoot people in conceal on second floors. They have to be up against a piece of terrain on that floor that's considered heavy, which in Vulcus, the stronghold second floors, I believe, are heavy. The side buildings, I think, are light. One of them's light, one of them's heavy. I can't remember which one it is right now. But yeah. Vision in basically any format is just head to body. In 40k, it's head or just generally the vision of the character to body or base, because base is included. Kill team, base left out. So past the point of seeing each other head on, that's all that matters for vision. That's just it. You can end the whether or not something's visible at that moment. You don't need to care about it. It's whether or not it's targetable and whether or not it has any other rules attached to it. That's all that goes past that point. And the rules are explicit that for the purpose of obscuring, anything attached to the terrain piece the person on vantage is part of is usually ignored. That's kind for both directions, right? So if the person's standing kind of behind a heavy wall, that doesn't matter. If I can see you, if you're in obscuring range, you're not actually obscured up there. From my memory. And that's back and forth. But if there's something on the ground causing someone to get obscuring, that's a whole separate thing. What up, PhD? I haven't streamed to YouTube in a while. We're currently split streaming between Twitch and YouTube. You should see the chat in the top left for when people talk, so you can kind of see what everyone's saying. You can choose where to hang out, but YouTube I am not going to be playing music on because it's too much of a hassle. One day I might piece together an all-right playlist of, you know, royalty-free stuff, but I'm not really driven to do that right now. You can always turn on your own music, though. We can just hang. But I found a program that allows me to multi-stream, so I can just put stuff anywhere. Which is good. And I have more control over the audio outputs, which is why Twitch has music. Because I'm using the separate audio channel trick where the VOD won't have music, but you can hear it during the live stream. And then at some point when I'm not lazy anymore, I'll work out some vertical formats so I can have a shorts live stream on top of it. The vertical live stream. Supposedly YouTube pushes those pretty hard. Could be good. But yeah, what up? We're upgrading, I guess, updating, second staging my Thousand Suns. New codex out. I have a list I like from the mutation tree. I have a couple lists I'm interested in other than that from Phalanx and then the vehicle side of things. I have an understanding of the Cabal one, like the magic cult one. No, vertical's always mad. I don't understand vertical. I mean, you own a phone and they're always like, oh, it's because the phone's vertical. It's like, you can turn a phone sideways. Human beings see in landscape, not portrait. But I guess that's the brain rot generation for you. What up, Broshi? Like, I grew up in the era of scrolling shooters that were in vertical format, and that's cool, right? Like, it's fine. But man, to make everything that format, I don't know. No, Blender! Wait, have you not just been saving though? Oh god, dude. Let this be the moment. So, through all my years of using Photoshop on like Macs, where it's just like, and you crash. Right? Anytime I stop, anytime I stop for a split second to just do anything else, I change a tool, I go to color pick something, Control S every single time. And then even with my tablet, so when I do creative programs, I try to like maximize my speed and efficiency of using it. I own this thing. And I get it. You're looking at this like, what the hell? What kind of game do you play with this? Well, for one, I hold it like this. And these are all hotkeys that I have bound to all kinds of keystrokes, all kinds of everything. It's Bluetooth. It's an 8-hour long controller. So pen in right hand, this in the left. Increase brush size, decrease brush size. Like it's all specific. Press this button, it saves. Quite literally, I'm like, increase brush size, save. Then I do some work, save. Change, like, every couple seconds. And when I'm using a keyboard for editing video, it's any moment where I'm like, all right, let me cut here, save. Let me adjust the audio a little bit, save. It's so ingrained in me now that it's like breathing at this point. It just happens. I always hit Control S. I swear to God, I hear in the back of my head every time I do like a brush stroke or complete a panel on one of these things we're working on. I hear myself go, Control S. Not directly. I have audio recorded for an overview, specifically about the new KT video. I have audio recorded for a video that's been recorded for a while. It's just kind of been sitting on my shelf a little bit because right around the time I wanted to start working on it was right around the time I decided to do the Angels of Death instead. And then literally as I finished the Angels of Death video was around the time the data slate was rumored to be dropping, and I had to wait like a week. Everyone genuinely was like, it's dropping today, and then it took like an extra 4 days to drop. So I'd been sitting on a almost completed Angels of Death video until that until the data slate dropped. At which point I had to pre-put out the data slate overview video because that was fresh and new and people needed to hear about it. And then I just had to verify that everything in my Angels of Death video was still good, which it was, thankfully. And then finish that. And now we're doing a tools and things that you might want to grab as a player of games like Kill Team or 40K or anything. The audio for that video, like I said, has been recorded for quite some time. I just got to get it out there. I think the main issue, though, is that I have 2 tournaments this week to go to, or this month to go to. I have practice games I need to get in, because I hate going to games without, like, even a whiff of practice, and just try to, like, raw dog my way to victory in 40K. That's not a thing, man. If you don't know the gist of your army, you're just going to lose. That's why everyone says put in reps, and that's what I'm doing. Sadly, the first rep I put in was at a tournament. Where, guess what? I lost. I lost pretty hard, too. Granted, I had a bad idea. My Demon Prince idea was not a good idea. If they ever give the Demon Prince on foot his old glamour aura back, though, he'll make his way back in. The Winged One's definitely out, though. In my soul, Nin. I always paint happy little trees in my soul. How's everyone's Monday? Stuff going all right for everyone? You guys, stuff coming together? Oh yeah, it's pretty gray out. Perfect day to hang out inside and paint. Actually picked up a boatload of new brushes. Because again, we've got a lot of stuff to go over. Once this guy's done, I'm grabbing my Zangor box. because I want the Zangors specifically to be finished. The on-foots are shadered, and then we did most of like the extra stuff. We just got to get the daggers done. And then we got to do the Zangor Enlightened. I think there was one other thing I needed to do to the Chaos Spawn. No, yeah, robes get you, man. When you don't paint the inside, robes will get you. Isn't that Sororitas color scheme mostly white? Did you primer them white? I would have primered them white. I would have primered them white and then used maybe like a color shader, like a red or something, or a purple color shader. Just squirt bottled that on and then gone back over some spots in white again, or an off-white light gray. You actually have summer heat? I hate heat. I hate it so much. And just a heads up to anyone in YouTube or Twitter or Twitch or whatever. Chat's up here. So you guys can get to know each other a little bit. Red and silver. Red and silver armor, white robes. I probably would have still started in white. Or is the inside of the robe white? Oh, that's actually obnoxious. That's always the worst, when the inside of the robe is like white and then everything else is just like a nice dark color. You bastards. That's probably where you would want something like this, the Brigade Gray. It goes on very smooth, and it's pretty one coat. You have to be careful with doing the lighting. If you're trying, are you trying to do that by hand? Are you trying to do like by hand OSL, or just on the coils themselves? Just trying to do just the coil. Kind of like that. Which is just starting with like a nice bright, but kind of like mid-ish color and a hue. And then you hit the outer area with like the way lighter color. Or technically the inner area. You either do inner or outer. I've seen it done both ways and it both looks good. Like if you make the inside of it look slightly less burning bright white, because technically the heat would be coming from inside the shell, and then this is the cooling coil, which would mean that the dead center of it is supposed to be slightly darker because the air is hitting it in that spot. But some people do it in the reverse like this, which also works. Oh yeah, you gotta be careful with that. I always prefer airbrush for that, and if you're gonna do airbrush for that, you have to do it very lightly. Highly suggest restricting how much you can pull back that handle to only build up very slowly, because it's not about brightening everything, it's just about making it kind of hit it. What people will usually do is they'll do the white ink, like the Liquitex white ink, and then they'll light spray it onto something so it's barely touching it. You can still see what's underneath. Then they'll go back in with a brush and edge highlight in those areas for like peaks. Then they'll airbrush the fluorescent onto that in the same light fashion to make sure it's not overpowering. It takes a lot of effort to get it done right, but if you do it right, oh, it looks so good. But you're reminding me of the picture I saw on Reddit. Someone did a tech marine, and he was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this staff glow." But I guess he kind of only sort of understood how airbrush glow works, and just assumed, "Oh yeah, you just fill the paint in there, and then you just hit it like full blast." So he has a tech marine. That's just a tech marine, but from one angle, it's all green. Like, it looks like a nice tech marine from the back end with like the red armor and stuff, and it looks cool. And then it's just turn it around and it's just pure green from one direction. And the question is, hey, did I fuck this up? It's like, a little bit. I mean, unless that was your goal, yes. Yes, you did. So I know there's been a bunch of video game presentations, and there's a lot of crossover between tabletop communities and people that play video games. Anything stand out to anyone? I'm kind of interested in Plague Tale myself. I'm cool to see that universe expand. Because it was an interesting universe in general. And to see it kind of grow potentially. Really cool. Oh, that could be cool. It looked more like Mortal Kombat, but I think people from the Mortal Kombat dev cycle also worked on Killer Instinct. I think. It looked fine. Definitely looks like a combo rhythm game. So if you're into that style of fighting game, probably pretty good. I kind of love it too, because on the video game side of things, a lot of the people that know me from that like podcast and that whole Newswave universe, they're like, he only plays online games and multiplayer games. Yeah, I like online and multiplayer mostly. But man, Plague Tale. That universe just hits. I'll play that as a single player. No, there's all, dude, Invincible's gory as hell. I read the comics like a lot back in the day. I've seen some things. I feel like the fighting game, though, is a little too quick. So a lot of the times what happens with, like, anime fighters and stuff, not, like, quick in play style, but quick to be released. Because, again, like I'm trying to say, you see this a lot in anime, right? Where an anime gets big, and then the video games want to capitalize on it. So they try to rapidly create games in that, like, system. So the game kind of sucks because it was rapidly thrown together. There's a lot of mechanics in it that feel like a lot of other games because guess what? They are from other anime games. They just changed the skins of all the characters and quickly threw together some levels and hoped that it just worked. And considering Invincible and usually how long it takes to make like a decent fighting game, I don't know if it's going to be good. I hope it is. I hope it's good, and I hope it has enough content in it. But if it's just like, here's these 8 characters, hopefully that's enough for all of you. It's like, uh-oh. The Marvel fighting game looks cool. I wanted to talk about it on the last podcast, but we kind of brushed through it. Marvel and DC has been trying to crack the Asian market code for a very long time. They keep trying to do things to be like, hey, everybody overseas, we also make fun stuff. And it never works out. They did that whole anime series of, like, Batman as an anime where he was, like, a samurai and Joker was, like, basically, like, evil Nobunaga. And, like, it was just weird. And that's how they try to get people interested in Marvel and DC. But it always comes off as super cringe. And I don't think it really moves the needle that much. There was an anime put out called Hero Man that was partially funded by Marvel and was worked on a little bit by Stan Lee to try to get people into the idea of Western comics and cartoons and stuff. Like, it's been a long-running thing. This is not new. But, that's the thing. It's only 2 to 3 years. Hopefully it's good enough. Hopefully that's fine. But, like, I mean, like, Street Fighter takes, like, 5 or 6. And what we see in that, there's a good bit, but, like, not a ton. So there's a little bit of a worry, for me at least. But it probably is not that big of a deal. They're probably not overthinking it, which is good. Overthinking fighting games is where you have problems. But Marvel Rivals, I think, direly broke down walls for interest overseas. And getting Arxis to do a fighting game in sort of the Marvel vs. Capcom style, but with only the Marvel characters, I also think, specifically because they made them anime characters. I mean, Miss Marvel is who you would expect in an anime Miss Marvel to be. Or Marvel Girl, or whatever they're going to call her. Tony Stark definitely feels like an anime character. Like the anime version of Tony Stark. So it works, and it fits. And there seems to be hype, and it's a big company that is beloved in the Asian fighting game scene. So between Marvel Rivals and this, maybe that's the opening that they've been waiting for. Because I think last year they started hiring out big manga artists to do guest spots and like guest comics to try to get people interested in the idea of buying them overseas. No, yeah, Arxis is good. And Arxis does a lot more than you would think, which that's what has me interested. I don't know who here watches anime. I know a few people do. But Jobless Reincarnation, the one about the guy who gets reincarnated as a little kid and basically learns like chantless casting and becomes like one of the stronger mages and has to deal with a giant cataclysm, and it's like kind of depressing but kind of interesting. At the end of every episode in that anime, which was very well animated, Arxis does so much, even outside of video games. The engine they produced that looks really anime is used in anime. Like background characters, movements, certain action scenes. The Arxis engine emulates anime so well. Because I really hate 3D in anime a lot. Not because I think it looks... Not because it's like, oh, I wish it was all 2D. But because what happens is you get like the Gundam 3D where it's like 10 frames a second. And all the movement is really stagnant and weird looking. But the Arxis engine kind of makes it look hand animated for the most part, which is nice. So they have an in now, I think. With a company that works a lot in anime, probably has connections in manga. It's a decent strategic move. Yeah, they're still working on their Guilty Gear game too. The Guilty Gear Strive game, I think, it's Strife? I think it's Strife. I can never remember which title it is. I think Strive was one of the older ones. That's still loved. I think they just did a DLC for it not that long ago. I used to play it a bit. I love fighting games, but I need a community. That's the one thing I've determined. I hate playing like faceless people online. Because I always, in competitive situations, I love post-game conversation. That's why I love 40k in my local scene. Because, like, if I lose, I have that moment of, like, oh, I didn't know that was that tough. I would have gone this way instead. And then we just converse about it. And it's like, oh, you could have got so much more points if you didn't throw that guy in turn one. It's like, yeah. I was really worried you were going to come out and do this, but, like, I guess not. In fighting games, it's literally... In Street Fighter 4, I think, that was the last time I had that. That was with a friend of ours who lived up in PA. And we played a lot of Street Fighter 4 together. And I got really good at Gouken and Genshin. Or, God, Jesus. Gouken and... Gen. There it is. There's the name. And it was just because we kept fighting each other. Like a lot, and talking about it, and then I would go online like shortly after and I would just like perfect people. But then I tried Street Fighter 5 and he wasn't really playing it at the time, so it was just me. And I knew the characters and I went online and I beat people with them, but it just didn't feel like I was growing. It felt like I was just stagnant. Granted, it is what it is. I didn't really like too many characters in 5. And now with new Street Fighter out, it was the same thing. I picked it up, and I got really good with one character, I think Kimberly. And then I played online. I remember I had a thought. So one of the people we work with on the other podcast goes by RGT. The running joke in my head with interacting with him is that he loves playing competitive games, but only on the Switch because, and he's even said this out loud, most of the people he competes with on the Switch are just kids who don't know how to play games, and he loves beating them. That's right. RGT loves beating kids. Lol. So that's always the running thing in my head is like he doesn't like a challenge. He prefers just beating people who were never going to win. And when Street Fighter 6 came out and they were like, "Oh, tell us which league you want to start in." I remember going, "I want to start in the Sean League." So I started in like the lowest league possible. That was a mistake. I went through those games like hot knife through butter. It was people who were just like, "Let me try to throw a fireball." And I was like, "And you're dead." 2 rounds done. Flawless. Both times. And it just, I don't know, it felt bad. And then I didn't have anyone afterwards to play with. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this. Died inside. I'm the same way in shooters. I rip people apart in shooters. Kids can be faster, but like there's something about it where they're impatient a lot. And you can use that impatience against them in some games. Although the shooters I play right now is Hell Let Loose. I don't know if you're familiar. World War II 50 person, 50-50 kind of, basically a 100-person server, 50v50. Very strategic, a lot slower pace. There's elements of it that are closer to an RTS than a first-person shooter. Like, there's an on-field commander who has to, like, call in supports, order vehicles. Like, it's crazy how in-depth this is, and you have to be really good at it to play it. Well, to play it effectively. Because people in the podcast I do, they tried it because it came to Xbox at some point, and they'd heard good things about it because there's a very rabid community built around it due to how in-depth and difficult it is and like kind of niche as an asymmetric shooter. And I remember them being like, I hated it. I kept running towards the front line, and every time I died, I spawned back at base, and I had to, like, run for 10 minutes, and it's like, yeah, you didn't know how to play the game. Sorry. Did you not spawn at a garrison? Did no one build garrisons? Did your squad lead not have outposts? Were you the squad lead? Did you not know how to build the outposts? Do you not know the flow of the game? Do you not know where to set up? Do you not know how to talk to the people in your team, your squad, your local area, your command chat, which is all on voice on 3 different hotkeys, depending on which role you are? Oh, yeah, it is. It is very much like a Battlefield Arma Tarkov game. Easy going on people. No, always go your hardest. It's just if you're not conversing with people about things you do, you don't grow. Like my favorite thing was when I was playing with my one buddy from PA in Street Fighter. He was okay at the game, but like he didn't quite grasp when we started playing the idea in fighting of like footsies and stuff like that. So we would go into like practice mode, and I'd show him stuff that I knew for footsies and the rationale behind it, and he was like, "Oh, okay." And then just over time, he started trying it when we were playing, and then he got better, and then I got better, and then and it became the Vegeta Goku dynamic. And it was just better than, you know, the normal system of like, well, I guess I'll just play and then that's it. No conversation, no questions. Oh, yeah. So, like, with the Invincible game, it's cool. With the Marvel fighting game, it looks really fun. I don't know if I'm going to play them. Because, again, I need a community. And that kind of sucks. I don't like that as, like, an outcome for that type of game. Because I used to love playing those games. There was a time when I was in, I think it was high school. I think maybe, like, junior year. My parents were like, yeah, we're going to go on vacation. We're going to go up to northern New York near a lake. We're going to stay at a cabin. I was like, all right, that's cool, I guess. My one buddy went up there. We had Game Boys. We were playing Pokemon Gold and Silver at the time, which was pretty new. And we were up there playing Pokemon, and it was fine. I think it was a week-long vacation, and we were okay playing that. But then at some point, we were just like, kind of bored. Let's go see what's around the cabin area. Because it was kind of like a larger park with a bunch of cabins right on the side of the lake. And I remember walking down to the bottom area right near the lake, and there was this cabin house that looked like a sort of like a community center. It was small. Single story. Pretty much like one basic room and a bathroom. It had Samurai Showdown 4, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, a couple racing games, some side-scroller beat-em-ups, all arcades, all set to free-to-play. That was my entire week after that point. Me and my buddies still do LAN parties. Hopefully you get a job, PhD bot. I'm looking for more work as well. I gotta get more money than what I make. That'd be nice. Because, yeah, job market's pretty crazy right now. The stories I've been hearing are nuts. hate it too because my parents call me occasionally and they're just like, "You find a new job yet?" And I'm like, "I'm working on it." And they're like, "Just go get one." Like that. It's that weird like boomer attitude of like, "Yeah, just go get one." It's like, what, down the street? You want me to just walk into a store and be like, "I need a 401k and medical coverage," and they'll be like, "Here you are." No, they really did. They really did. And it's very apparent when I talk to them and they explain things about like what they think the world's like right now, and it's like, holy crap. You got a college degree. You should just be being paid in a high six-figure job. That's how that works. That's how it worked back then. You got paid like the better rates because you went to college. I had to describe to them how I went to an interview for a retail warehouse job after the job that I had at the video game store crashed and burned. And how the guy that interviewed me, like, I told him, I basically went over everything I did at the store I worked at and like did managerial stuff, was able to learn systems, stock recognition for what we needed to order and when and why, setting up nice displays for customers to be interested in things. And after I went over all that, he was like, "All right, I'm not hiring you." And I was like, "Okay." And he was like, "I'm going to tell you why. It's because you went to college." And it's like, what the hell, man? What? What? He didn't like the idea that there'd be someone working for him who at any point thought he knew better than him because of a college degree. That was why he wasn't going to hire me. We're literally sitting in basically the middle of the store. Their break room was just in the store. It was a picnic table off to the side that you could sit at. And that's where we were. His employees were all around, and he's just going off about how he prefers working with idiots. Like, I'm not even saying that as like, oh, that's what he meant. No, he was saying verbally, out loud, that he preferred working with idiots. Because what he wanted was people who would just listen to everything he said and do what he said. To the point where he was like, "We even have a bowling league here that I make everyone go to on the weekends." And it's like, you make people be your friends off the clock because you hold power over them as their manager? Holy shit. And he was like proud of this. It was so crazy to hear him talk about that. He was like, people need to have better attitudes at work. They need to have that get up and go, and that's how you become successful. Like me. And I was like, I'm sitting there just listening to this guy go off about how he worked at a call center. He like dropped out of high school, worked at a call center, and then one of the friends of the owner of the call center saw him doing sales and walked over to him and was like, "Do you want to manage a store?" And he's like, "That's the get up and go attitude." I was like, dude, that was pure luck. If you hadn't been on a call in that moment, he wouldn't have seen that. And he would have walked by. You'd still be working there to this day. Like, holy God. It was wild. But yeah, he wasn't going to hire me because I had a college degree. That was his whole point. I told them about this. They were like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, that's the world we live in now. Where it's difficult getting remedial jobs. Because people there are weird now. Oh yeah, it's massively good for mental health. Just be slightly creative in a day. That's it. Helps you change your perspective. But enough about that for now. In other depressing news, pretty sure the sushi burrito place near me closed up. Supposedly it's going to be a smash burger place eventually. New ownership, all that stuff. But man, I already miss it. Let's get the red down. Do the green. Because the old Forge Fiends do need to be touched up by fluorescent green. They are the old format, so they're missing the fluorescent side of it. These were more about Tesseract Yellow or Tesseract Glow over top of Flash Gits with Scorpion Green. But the new system, I think, looks a lot better. Looks a lot brighter, too. Then I gotta go grab the boxes of Zangors, because that's where we're going. The Mutalisks are already done. There's really no reason to do anything with the Mutalisks. I'm fine where they are. Nice. It's kind of funny in that sentence, but I was reading it and it was like, that's looking awesome, bro. My name's pronounced Aachen, which, yeah, cool. It's from my first D&D, and then my brain immediately read champagne. I was like, oh, shit. That's cool. My name is from World of Warcraft, Vanilla. Back when I first played it with my buddies when I was in college, they asked me to be a warlock, and I was like, that's cool. And this was the early mid 2000s, so using X's in your name was really cool. And I wanted my name to sound like Chimera, because that was a whole warlocky feel to it. So technically, my name was trying to be pronounced Chimerix. I did the K instead of the CH because it looked a little more interesting. But when I was playing WoW, everyone was like, "Yo, what's up, Chimerix?" So I was just like, "Oh, we'll just go with that. Screw it." It was a fake name, and I didn't feel like correcting people. Nice. You don't often hear someone talk about going the Nid side of the starter set. Those people always feel like the rare breed of human who doesn't really talk to people online but also plays Nids. But Nids are cool. Nids are in a good spot, I think. They don't... I want to say that a lot of their detachments are like close to a 40 or 50% win rate. They're not overtuned to the 60s that you hear about EC Coterie or Imperial Knights with the new detachment that they dropped, I think, for Grotmis or whatever. But overall, you can have a lot of fun with Nids. Like, a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun stuff to do with them. Yeah. So your friend was the one who was like, Space Marines! Because that's like everyone's starter story. It's just like, I'm getting into it because of Space Marines! Power fantasy! Let's go! But Nids are cool. In theory, Nids are probably one of the only factions outside of maybe like orcs in the universe that aren't technically evil. Technically. They are just doing what they are biologically programmed to do. It is what it is. I did look at the new rules for the new kill team. They look cool. Specifically the orc detachment that is insanely good got nerfed to the ground. Eldar got nerfed to the ground. Ynnari got nerfed, but then so did almost everything else in the Eldar Codex that hadn't even really started to fly yet. Also got nerfed into the ground. But the orc nerf was for a detachment that was just way too good in the first place. That should have probably never been a thing. No, yeah. That's fine. Yeah, Tyranids technically would be chaotic neutral. Actually, no. They might be pure neutral. Orcs are chaotic neutral. If he was playing the more DACA boys, yeah, they would have nerfed his boys. I play against someone at the store who's pretty good with orcs, and his approach to it's a lot different than what most people think. And it's really good. It's a really good thing. To anyone that's new to the stream, just a reminder, I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Twitch has music, YouTube does not. It is what it is. Chat for both of you guys up here in this little corner. You guys can see what each other is saying.
Poggers.
Poggers. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm fairly beginner friendly. I've been around since 3rd edition. I played up through 5th when I quit just because of like life. I was doing a lot of stuff. Didn't really have a lot of time to play. Didn't really want to keep up with it. So I just kind of stopped playing. 9th edition was coming to a close, and then I was thinking of getting back into Kill Team and 40k, so I did. 10th edition dropped, and here we are. I have an almost full collection of Thousand Suns, because that is my army of choice. That army can adapt into a lot of different directions, including Chaos Space Marine Soulforged usually is how you do that, which is why I have this guy. Because he's a really good leader for Soulforged. I also play Chaos Knights. And I play, sort of, big air quotes, Gene Stealer Cult. Gene Stealer Cult has a lot of back end, like a lot of sneakiness, but like a lot of back end understanding of when to shoot, who to go with, why, how to expend resources to resurrect squads. Like, it's a lot. So I'm not versed right now in tournament play enough to be like, oh yeah, I got this. Sweet. A small mini, it always depends. Always depends. Like, one of these guys doesn't take that long. Black Primer, Vallejo Gold, Acerman Blue, Contrast into the Recesses, which we then recently, now that we're going back to them to finish up some more elements to them. Army Painter Crystal Blue over top of that to try to leave some of the inner edge markings. Avalon Sunset for the crossovers. Yellow into fluorescent green. And then Chaos Black on the gun. A little bit of white. And then the gems are silver. And there are special technical paints that Citadel sells that if you put it over top of silver, it just looks like a gemstone. This might take maybe on its own, probably like in 45 minutes to paint. But the way I do it, because usually you have to wait for stuff to dry, I batch paint all the time. I've gotten really good at batch painting. And then when you get into things like airbrush, you can kind of, if you know how to mask and you know how to like hit certain parts of models and you can kind of play around with stuff, you can get really cool things like this done. Where you look at it and you're like, holy God, that had to take hours. No, this is an airbrush. This took like 5 minutes up here. So did the feet. A lot of the glowing areas took very little time. And then it was just a lot of gold. In total, for both of my Venom crawlers, it probably took like 3 hours. But that's just knowing your tools. And you don't have to, right? You don't have to do it that way. You can do it kind of your own way. These minis, this is years in the making. This is probably one of the first minis I painted for my Thousand Suns when I picked up a Forge Fiend. Back then, it took me like 2 hours to get it to where it was. Now we're spent maybe like 45 minutes doing the panel lining, which technically didn't need to do at that point. I could have been okay. But in recent artwork shown for Thousand Suns, they showed the Demon Prince wearing basically this. Basically what this guy's wearing. with like the dark gold outer trim and then the really bright blue inner lining, and I loved it so much I decided to redo most of my army. And that's fine. Building's fine. If you're playing with your friends, you don't really have to paint all that much. Tournament play is really where you need to paint, but I mean, you might be like me where you look at your gray plastic on the ground and you're just like, oh, I want to paint these. And it's just like, it gets so irksome that your stuff's not done that you just want to do it. But there's tricks and things you can do to like speed processes up, and you learn them over time. Like, here we go. This is from my Emperor's Children. Yeah, there you go. A lot of this is airbrushing and dry brushing. The color on the base leading up to him is basically 3 to 4 layers of airbrush, which takes 10-15 minutes. Once I got up here, I sort of did the purple on him specifically. Like, I actually used tape to make sure the wings didn't get touched. The purple was all airbrush. And then the wings I did as cobalt, and then I just dry brushed black to gray. And did the hair the way I normally do, where I do gray and then dry brush white. And this guy probably took an hour. Tops. Like, it's quick. Once you start learning weird techniques and figure out ways to get around the need to do things. I can show you the fastest minis I've painted. Some Gene Stealers. Took me about 10-15 minutes. All airbrush with a little bit of hand brushing. Real quick at the end. And then using the same technique, even on vehicles, this probably took me like 20 minutes, 20-30 minutes. The lining probably took the longest. Like I said, I play Gene Stealer cults, but I don't play Gene Stealer cults. My airbrush, I have a small compressor under my desk that I got on sale because the local art store was trying to sell it. I bought one of their airbrushes for really cheap. It was $20 because, again, they had it on sale. They were trying to get rid of them. That crapped out after 2 years. And then literally as it was going bad, a company called Gallery contacted me and sent me this. The Mobius 3.0. We've been using it recently. It's really good. Over on my YouTube, I should have links to their shop on some of my videos. In particular, I did an overview for their airbrush. I did it in my post-release Clarity Emperor's Children video. I'm pretty sure. There should be a link there. But yeah, I mean, learning tools, learning ways of approaching things really helps out over time. I do something that's a little bit more close to a Bob Ross approach. There's ways of doing this that's considered classic and traditional, where you kind of slowly build out the colors and, you know, you apply shader layers properly, and it's all this one whole big thing. I don't do any of that. I do it rarely. My approach is more kind of like how Bob Ross would make a forest or make a mountain or a sky. What's up, Shinru? Where it's just like, and I'm doing it, and it's done. This green down so they at least look kind of up to date with the green fluorescent. Updating the old yellow. Oh, Kimmy Rex. The E and the R tend to get picked up normally as like a centerpiece, so that's why people do the in the middle, which is fine. Again, Chimerics was the original idea, but I don't think anyone's ever called me that without me having to inform them first, so it's like, alright, whatever. We'll go with it. It's fine. Again, fake name I made a lifetime ago. In the heyday of my WoW playing back in Classic. When I basically made my Warlock into a legend. People knew me on that server. I got contacted by so many randos when they needed things. This dungeon's really hard. Can you help us? I got you, bro. Trade me materials I need for flasks, and I'll destroy Sholomance for you. Ugh. What's up, Semi-Global? So, I think Tyranids are cool. My buddy played them a long time ago. And I think they're a good approach in 40k. They might be a little difficult, although they are straightforward for players, so maybe it's a good starting point, but there are limitations to them. There are weaknesses. So you kind of have to figure that out as you play. Eventually you'll overcome them, and, you know, you use your overwhelming numbers to easily score points and defeat opponents who don't know how to counter that. And that's great. It can be a really fun army. 3D printing, I'm okay with. I mean, I don't do it as much personally. I don't have one because I don't really have a spot to do it. I've used 3D printed parts. When it comes to 40k, it is a bit of a touchy subject, in particular because some places don't want you using 3D printed models since they don't sell them. Specifically Warhammer stores. It always feels weird, and it almost feels like almost every half year we have to like kick someone out of the Warhammer store because they stand there, and when someone comes in and is like, oh, I want to get this knight, I can't wait to save up and get it, and the person will turn around and be like, just get it 3D printed. Don't buy from here. It's like, dude, you're an idiot. The whole thing about buying the models kind of lets you pay into, I guess, utilizing Warhammer stores as a central point for you to play, as well as like other gaming shops that kind of make money off of you buying the stuff. But if you're playing with your friends, I mean, I don't. You're playing a game, just play it. You think a 3D printed model is cooler and maybe you gotta like budget a little better? Go for it. Just don't expect when you want to go to tournament play, if you want to go to like a grand tournament with like a fully 3D printed army, they actually don't accept that. Paying for the models and having models from Games Workshop on the field is sort of an entry fee almost to those tournaments. In a way. Because, I mean, that's the money that keeps the lights on. That's the money that made them earn enough in a year that they were able to like divvy up a couple $1 million to every employee they had at every storefront. What's up, Dior? Yeah, I'm hand painting it. Semi-global. If you want to do, okay, so when you're doing big things, the general gist right now is if it's something you could purchase fairly easily through Games Workshop, don't 3D print it. That seems to be the gist. They're okay with you 3D printing stuff that maybe enhances things. I don't know if you've ever seen certain like Etsy type 3D prints for the game. I mean, you play Tyranids, so it's a little different. I don't know how much enhancement purchases you can get from Etsy for Tyranid. But on Etsy right now, if you want to like, if I wanted to do an Emperor's Children Rhino, I could buy a Rhino from Games Workshop. Congratulations, they got my money. But if I wanted it to look like Emperor's Children, I could buy an upgrade package from Etsy for like $20. And that gets glued directly on top of the Rhino, sort of like an exterior shell. and it has like a bunch of faces that are screaming and speakers, and it looks really, really, really cool. I mean, you can print them yourself, but I don't have a 3D printer, so I have to either hire out a local area that has a 3D printer and get the thing printed there, or I just buy it on Etsy and get it shipped to me. Those are my options right now. But that's something you can do. And there might be things that attach to Tyranid. I don't know. But if you were like, I want a Norn, I'm just going to 3D print a Norn. You can play that Norn with your friends. That's fine. But RTTs, maybe not. Depends on how the RTT feels about it. GTs, definitely not. Rogue Trader tournaments or RTTs are more like local and small scale, so like they can be weird. Bases, they say to use GW bases, but I've used 3D printed bases mostly because, again, they don't have them readily available at Games Workshop, and I need them. Like, I think these were 3D printed, or at least made in a different fashion. These aren't Games Workshop. I needed them and they weren't selling them. Yes. Yeah. A key thing, though, hang on. Yeah, I was right. A key thing, though, Aachen, bases are important. Oh, I can still go with Aachen. The bases are important for the units, right? Like, if you were trying to play with a Terminator and you put them on a 32, that's just weird because you can kind of hide it easier. So as long as the bases are within range, like I know a lot of 3D prints come with the base as a 3D printed object. I feel like most of the time they are sized properly, but I have seen models for 3D print where it's a base, but you can always cut the base at where the ground texture starts, and then you can just get a base that is actually sized separately to just glue it to the top of if you want it to be accurate. Let me go back through chat because holy crap, you people are talking. Thanks, Semi-Global. I do try. The rest of the mini is GW plastic. Yeah, it's kind of with the base thing. Falsifier. It's hit or miss. There was a time where there were companies making bases, but if you looked at them and measured them, they were always the wrong size. But I've checked against some of my GW bases with the ones I purchased, and they all seem about right. But like I have a defiler I made out of like a big kit bash using pretty much all Games Workshop parts. It's not a defiler kit. It was a War Dog kit. That's what it was. War Dog kit blended with some parts I had laying around. And currently, if you want to use a defiler, you need an 160 millimeter base, which I don't know if they have readily available, which means I would want to pick one up to glue them to, which would mean I go third party. Because like if they're not going to give it to me, I still need it. So I would want to purchase it. I live in the US. I have not tried to convince them. I've talked to them about like the universe of 40K. But I don't really want to convince them if they're too far away. Like, what's the point, right? Play 40K. I know you live in California and I'm on the East Coast. like it feels disingenuous to try to get someone to play a game that you're not going to then play with them. Like, I could suggest it if they're into it. I know Max. Max plays a lot of board games with his friends. And I know he asked me about it at one point in time. I told him about it. He was like, that's pretty cool, but it's definitely probably not something my friends would, like, join in on. And I was like, at that point, yeah, then there's no reason to play it unless you can get a community together. Or at least a small group that meets... Like, that was my favorite thing when I was a kid, man. It was me, my best friend, who's still my best friend today... a couple of the friends we made through that group and World of Warcraft and all that. And we would get together probably once a month when we were kids I would set a table up with a bunch of like beer hammer style things where it was just like boxes and cans and all that stuff. And we would just play for like a whole weekend. We would play a really long 2K game. Just slow thinking, slow strategy. And we would just make these big swingy plays and see how it resulted. It was really fun. It would not have been the same if it was just me. That would have been super obnoxious. All right, Doc. Have a good day as well. They sort of have the unonline version. So there's this program called Tabletop Simulator that basically people who purchase the game can utilize tools in it to make imitations of current games. It has all the tools built in to create scale stuff related to board games, TTRPGs, stuff like that. It gives you access to most of the dice you would need. So you could physically roll dice, like, in a 3D space. Or you could program it to auto-roll and just produce a number. Okay, Sammy. Thanks for swinging through. Yeah, Trench Crusade. I mean, Trench Crusade is like a game. I know people were really hyping it up, but it does feel like most of those hyped up Kickstarter-y style games where it's good. I'm not going to deny it's good. It sounds like the rules are really good. The universe they built is really interesting. Hopefully the IP persists going forward and creates avenues for maybe like more tabletop games in the marketplace. But the issue with it is the same issue I have with kind of like one-off board games and stuff, which my local game store, that's what they point people to. They want people playing like the one-off board games. They want people playing kind of like that style of thing where you just always are looking for the next board game because you've played the hell out of the last one and you kind of like solved it or whatever and you're just wanting something new. That's what they prefer people to lean into. And they try to like move people away from like these more longer term games that have competitive scenes where you're constantly trying to keep up, buying new rule books as like the rules shift and change, getting into newer, different armies occasionally when you want to try something new. But with Trench Crusade, it's sort of like X-Wing in a way, where X-Wing was really hyped up. It was good. I'm not going to deny that. But then the company that made it didn't really have a competitive scene that they were working on. They didn't really try to do anything to expand its lifetime, give people places to really want to go to play. They didn't put in any of the work, and the community didn't really do it either at the time. So that game just stopped. And now the community is working on trying to keep the rules going, possibly even updating them with balance shifts. But like, they don't make the models. They don't have the rights to Star Wars stuff. So it kind of like fizzled a little bit. And the hope is that Trench Crusade, just like anything else, if it's going to survive and thrive, it needs a community that does what the 40K community does. Where like someone looks into how to purchase a weekend at a convention center and then fill it with tables and terrain and play tournaments on a grand scale. And that's how you keep it going. Because if it's just like, hey, it's a really good game, but there's really nowhere to go to play it, then that's the end of that game. War Machine became that when it first got released. A lot of people were looking into it. Privateer Press even backed a lot of the tournament scene, like personally. They were doing really good to keep that game going, and then they just massively tripped up when I think it was like after Mark II, the Mark II rules, I want to say. It was either Mark I or Mark II rules. I wasn't really following it too much at the time. They basically went, hey, whoever wins this tournament's going to write the rules for the next season. And that was it. Like, the person who wrote the rules was the most pedantic, sweaty human being possible. And it made the game so unfun that people just, like, bailed on it in droves. Then there was a whole thing about their production line being a problem. The new models being like really bad quality compared to the old. It just kept getting worse and worse for them. They eventually sold. They're now part of a new company, which I think I was watching someone talk about board game and tabletop game publishers. There's sort of like this monolithic publisher out there right now who just sort of buys everything up. I think he's related to Embracer Group, the holding company, and they just own like tons of stuff, even if it's by proxy. Like there's a certain skirmish game called Corvus something. It's owned by a guy, but the warehouse that stores all that guy's stuff is owned by this company. So by proxy, they kind of own Corvus. Like, it's weird. They currently own War Machine. And the new stuff they're doing for War Machine seems good. It's leaning into the easy to get into concept where you just download the app, you've got all the rules, you don't need to buy books, just go buy the models. Which arguably is probably one of the better ways to approach tabletop gaming. Games Workshop saw a lot of success changing out of their normal model of, hey, you have to buy these books to even get into the games. Now most of their rules are free online. And it seems to be stirring a lot of interest. A lot more interest, at least, than it used to. Hopefully they don't stray from that path going forward. But they might. I mean, it's a corporation. It's a corporation that's been trying to get into, like, bigger avenues and bigger venues. That's why they've been working with Amazon so much. I think someone was talking about how Amazon was trying to purchase them too, to just have their stuff and distribute it that way through themselves. This big weird concept. Sometimes it makes it worse, but sometimes it's just an investment that they don't even look at. Like, that's kind of a thing. Because I know a lot of people talk about Tencent investing in video game companies being bad, but, like, there are times where Tencent will do that, and you will never see or hear from Tencent at that company after that point. They just invest in you and they just walk away. They don't say anything. They don't do anything. It is what it is. Sometimes BlackRock gets their hands dirty, but sometimes they just don't care. They just invest to diversify. All right. Well, there's smaller companies that Tencent purchases too, not just like Ubi and stuff. or what is it? They own a good chunk of Epic, and they don't really go to Epic at all. Like, they don't talk a lot, I think, from what I've heard with Epic at all about how their games are being made or things they need to do to appease, like, the government where they are and stuff and get their games out there. They don't really care that much. Yeah, no problem, PhD. Both forges complete. Mauler Fiend complete. Vindicator, Predator complete. Even though I don't think my list runs the Vindicator, the mutant list I want to run, it doesn't run the Mauler either. Oh, my back. What time is it? 4:48. We got some time. What else do I need to paint? We can pull out my Zangor Shaman. We can work on those a little bit, because I need to use all 3 of them. We can pull out the Enlightened with bows, work on them a little bit. And then we'll have to pull out... Nah, Shinru, I don't got kids. Emperor's Children Fund is specifically for the Emperor's Children. Which are these guys? Oh, my back. Oh, I've been sitting down for 4 hours. Oh, I don't got money for kids either way. Yes. How do I put this? So 40K has some stuff on YouTube. $40K, they have something called Warhammer Plus. They're trying to get new stuff out. This is the thing. They were doing Warhammer Plus, where it's a subscription service through their own system that has a lot of like cool little shows, animated, 3D, stuff like that. Some of it's really good, some of it's whatever. But it's all hit or miss. That's where a lot of people got introduced to, I think it's Sakan, which, hilarious name, yes. And he's a salamander, and, oh wait, did I miss that part over here? Oh. Okay. Good. Caught it early. So, like, a lot of people got introduced to some new stuff through their online TV show. But they did sign a deal with, I want to say, Amazon and Henry Cavill. I think it was Amazon and Henry Cavill. I know that's... I want to say that's where Henry Cavill's whole side is going. There was supposed to be something as well on Netflix. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe it won't be. But there should be some stuff popping up in a couple years, most likely on Amazon from the deal that they struck, I want to say, last year. Secret Level. There's a Secret Level one on Netflix for Space Marine. And then there's going to be the new Astartes show coming up. The new Astartes looks cool. I mean, it's always Space Marines, though. That's always my issue. It's cool that some other factions are going to get some limelight in the Astartes, the new Astartes series. Like, the Tau are in the Astartes series, which is good. I know a lot of people hate the Tau because they're not grimdark, but it is important to see them in that universe, in my opinion, because of that. It's kind of cool to see this faction that's like, everything's cool, right? And then, like, they just kind of get hit with just like, nah, man, everything sucks, and it's just everything's on fire. They're like, whoa, no. Like, they need that faction. That faction has to exist in 40K as, like, the cutting balance to everything else. Yeah, the Astartes 2 series. You can go on YouTube and look up Astartes. Astartes was done by one person as sort of, I think it was a Kickstarter or a Patreon or something. It was a fan fiction about the 40K universe. And when he finished it, he got contacted by Games Workshop. And he was like, I'm sorry, I thought it was fine. And they were like, yeah, it's fine. We want you to come work with us. So he's working at Games Workshop for their division of making like 3D TV shows and stuff. Which is cool. And that's a fun story about that. And then there's a lot of content creators right now who... what was it? They were doing content for 40K in Tabletop Simulator. And they all got like struck really hard. Because Games Workshop was like, no. None of that. But there's some good ones, actually, on the Warhammer Plus app. You might be able to find them on, like, you know, pirate services. There's the one that follows the Salamander as he's fighting Necrons. There's, like, an episode 2 of that, too. That was pretty cool. Technically, it follows Adeptus Sororitas for a while, which... that was fun to see because of the dichotomy there between the two people. That was good. There was a really good one about a Tau special force. The Hammer and Bolter series, yeah, was good. But there was the one about the Tau special force, the stealth suit users who were trying to go through a war. It was like Space Marines versus Tau. They were trying to weave their way through a war because they caught wind of an Eldari who was trying to do something horrible on the planet that they thought was going to destroy everything. And then, like, that was just really cool. Seeing that moment where they were fighting him and he was just like, open the gate, and then all those Wraith Knights started walking through the Eldar Webway gate. It was really awesome. So you said novels? There's thousands of novels. But I guess you already knew that. Because you're saying besides video games, novels, tabletop. Yeah, TV series, they've got that. Movies, not so much. But probably soon. the garnered interest in the IP will probably strike up at least some television series or at least some made-for-TV movies. Maybe a full-blown movie, depending on public interest in it, but I don't know, maybe not. Zangor Shaman. Let's do... Because I left their daggers gold. We'll do them in silver. Oh yeah, the Iron Warrior one. I think it was called Iron Within. Well, no, okay, so Angels of Death are just Space Marines. I think the way this was written, their planet was originally under the control of the Iron Warriors, but in the way where, like, the thing is, these guys, Space Marines and Terminators and stuff, you have to view them from the perspective of our reality, where they're like demigods. Like, yeah, they're mortals, yeah, they're human-ish. I mean, this is more dust than anything else as a Thousand Sun guy, but you don't ask for help from your god like all that often. So they were a planet that was just like, all right, we ship stuff out into space, but we don't talk to too many people. Oh no, we're under attack. Let's do the ritual of summoning an Angel of Death. But the beacon they used goes straight to a friggin' Iron Warrior ship because those were their original masters. So the Iron Warriors show up and are like, oh, we forgot about you. Turn to the Iron Warrior side. You become heretical and follow our lead. But in their Iron Warrior way of being like, look, it's all bullshit. You need to be your own, like, lord. You need to have your own strength. If not, just kill yourself. Like, that kind of stuff. It was crazy. It was a good one. Because that's kind of the universe, right? Like, everyone always sees it from the perspective of, oh, there's wars going on everywhere. And they think, like, the Space Marine 2 game is the constant. But there are billions upon billions of worlds who don't even know that the war's happening right now. Like, they're just there. They're just chilling. They're doing what they do. But in all good storytelling, you only really tell the parts of the story that are interesting. That's why we get mostly the wars, the rebellions, the crazy demon possessions. Like, they're not just going to tell the story of the planet that doesn't know something's happening. This is the story of Billy, who lives on this world and grows plants. The end. People are interested in revelations, like the revelations of how crazy things are, right? The discovery that when the Silent King drifted off into the darkness between the galaxies, that's when he came across the Tyranid and assumes that like, as far as he can tell, our galaxy is the last galaxy. The Tyranid have consumed and killed everything else. And in fact, our galaxy very much surrounded by them. Oh yeah, you didn't know about the GSC? You didn't know about my boys? My little Gene Stealer cult people. What makes a Gene Stealer a Gene Stealer? The alternate way to invade planets. There's actually currently a detachment that the Gene Stealer cult has access to that came out in Grotmas that I think is one of like the most flavorful Gene Stealer cult detachments. It's 50-50. Well, you take 1,000 points of Tyranids. This is one of the first Tyranids as allies teams outside of like just having Gene Stealers in the Gene Stealer cult. This is, you can take like full-blown Tyranids with Gene Stealer cult. The way the army works is you can sacrifice Gene Stealer cult people to enhance the potential power output of the Tyranids. So technically, the allies in the Gene Stealer cult army are the main characters, which is so hilarious to me. It's so perfect. Because that's what it is. I mean, that is Gene Stealer cult. I don't know how much you've looked into them, but they worship Tyranids. They don't know they're worshiping Tyranids, and it's technically not their choice because their brains have been infested by basically the brain worm. The brain worm's telling them that the Tyranids are gods, so they worship them, and then the god goes, yo, prepare your planet for my arrival. I don't want your people shooting me as I bring my power and, you know, greatness to your world. And they go, yes, sir. And they all rise up from underneath the ground and blow up all the defense weapons and go like, yes, our god's coming. And then the sky fills with screams and tendrils and spirals. And they're all like, oh, is that our god? And then their god eats them. Because that was the whole point. There is currently in lore only one Gene Stealer cult detachment that survives the Tyranids showing up, and it's because they aren't on planet. That's actually kind of what that movie was about, was the Gene Stealer cult leaving the planet that was being eaten by the Tyranids. The whole idea is that they continually spread outward to do it again on another world. Which basically, in Marvel terms, makes them the Silver Surfer. Dude, the entire universe is Lovecraftian. They used to call everything Elder God. Well, no, okay. So they used to just call everything, like, powerful demons and stuff, right? And then H.P. Lovecraft's works went open source, or whatever that is. Public access, or whatever they call it. So now they just call everything Elder Gods, because that is what it is. It's Elder Gods. The Catan, Elder Gods. Demons, technically Elder Gods. Because it's the same thing, right? Like, how familiar... I don't know, it sounds almost asshole-ish to ask. How familiar are you with, like, what is a Lovecraftian monster / Elder God? Because there's been ways it's been explained, and there's one that I really like. Because most people are just like, oh, it's a monster that wants to consume, or whatever. What a Lovecraftian god is basically like if you were in your kitchen and you look over and a bunch of ants were on the table and they were making a circle and they were just walking in a circle. And then maybe they like stop and change direction and go the other way. And you go, wow, that's really weird. So you put a cube of sugar down and then they all stop and they go and they get the sugar cube and they carry it home. And then the next day you're there and you look over and there's more ants. And they're all doing it. And you go, ants. That's a Lovecraftian god. You're a Lovecraftian god in that story. So that's kind of what they are, but they are fueled by certain like emotions and things. So they do kind of lean towards those things as an interest. But within the lore itself, there's worlds that worship the chaos gods, but they worship them as like positive things. The names of the gods are even slightly different. But like, whereas Slaanesh is the god that will basically slowly flay you in a way where you feel all the pain, and it loves that for you. It's sort of like Slaanesh. The god of the arts on other planets would be called like Slaanesh. And that's the god that's like theater and painting and revelry. But not like killing each other for fun. And it's the same god. So like there's different layers to it. It's more like a reflection of your reality as portrayed by an individual in a psychic whirlpool. And because we're always at war with each other, that's what makes them what they are. No, yeah, but it's more that the ants think they know what's going on. They don't. They think they recognize what you're doing. They don't. You're just a person, and you can do what you want, and that's what an elder god is. It can make its choice. It's slightly more whimsical than, like, I have to do this now because you did the dance. Which is sort of the story to how Hellbrutes get made. The Thousand Sons, the army that I play, there's these things called Hellbrutes. If you played Space Marine 2, you've seen them. You've even seen the Thousand Sun ones. Did you ever wonder how those got made? Because everyone brought up the whole, like, oh, the Space Marine Dreadnought is a dying Space Marine and trapped inside a giant mech, and he's piloting it for millennia, basically, as his corpse rots. It's a great honor to do that. So the way the Thousand Sons Hellbrutes get made, which are basically their version of Dreadnoughts, is, let's say you're just on a planet, maybe you're like a mid-tier manager of something. You know, you pay attention to the line for how tanks are being built. You know, you make sure everyone's doing what they're doing. But you suddenly one day you're just like, I wish I could be more than this, man. I wish I could have more in my life than just being this middling manager who just gets by. I wish I had, like, power, right? Like, I wish I had the ability to tell people really what to do and, you know, enact real change in my world. And then one day some guy just shows up. Or maybe you start, like, feeling interest, right? Like, not even someone telling you to do this, but maybe one day you're just walking by Imperial Library, and you suddenly just go like, that's an interesting book. You don't know why it's an interesting book. It's never been an interesting book before, but you see it and you're like, what is that about? You read it and it tells you like, hey, there's ways to get power, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it runs you down some stuff that's like, maybe if you did this. And sometimes it's a little bit like on the dark side what you're doing to get the power, where it's like, hey, kill like 40 cats. It's, huh? Okay, I guess. And you do it, and like it leads you to a place where eventually you're standing kind of in the middle of a circle you made out of the entrails of animals, and you're like, hopefully this gives me power. And then out of the darkness walks a bunch of basically these dudes who are like, thank you for completing this ritual. And then you get torn asunder and turned into a Hellbrute. It's basically you physically exploding outward, growing and mutating at an extremely fast and painful speed until you are suddenly this giant thing melded with machinery. And now you're sort of their puppet. They tell you what to do and you do it. And that's the end of the story. You are in a constant state of pain and fear, but you are driven to do horrible things because some guy tells you to. And that's a Hellbrute. The Rogue Trader game actually shows you how these guys are made. These are basically giant Hellbrutes. Because you see the little flesh here? So in Rogue Trader, you come across a corrupted AdMech facility. And what they were doing was they were taking prisoners and then pulling them into a specific room and performing these horrible rituals where basically like 100 people would slowly start merging painfully into each other. And then they would use that moldable flesh to basically create the mouths and ligaments and stuff needed to make these vehicles work. They would then bind a demon into it, cover it in an armor, and send it out. And that's how you build Forge Fiends and Mauler Fiends. Unsteady hands, like I get it. I do have a slight shake. I know people have bad shakes though, truly epic. When I was a kid though, when I tried to paint these things, I remember sitting at my local game store and I was trying to do this and it was like, and then someone was like, dude, do this. And then you do this. And I'm like fully stabilized. It's something about my brain and like, this isn't uncommon for people. But, like, doing this alone usually helps stabilize stuff. But, I mean, if you're massively unstable with your hands, that's a thing. But there's things you can do to get around it. Like, again, like I was saying earlier, probably before you maybe got here, these guys are done completely, almost completely, actually, with airbrush. Hand stability means nothing when you've got airbrush and you can just do stuff quickly. Which is cool. There's just ways to do it, though. Alright, let's try to touch up my Zangor Shaman. Let's get this red on their waist capes. Yeah. Ooh. Thank God. Thank God this is so gooey. Yeah, there's ways around it. You don't necessarily need to like go crazy. Accuracy isn't super important to a lot of people who play the game, because it's more about just having people to play with, honestly. On a air quotes professional level, for people who tend to frequent tournaments and stuff, you'll find that a lot of them will, over time, once they get to a list they really like, they'll just commission someone to paint it for them if they want. Or they do a very basic, kind of like no-nonsense paint scheme. Nothing super intensive. A lot of flat colors. It is. Warhammer has extreme amounts of occultism. So Warhammer, the universe of Warhammer is every extreme of all things that are usually not that great. Like dark, basically. Like the Tau. For the longest time, people assumed the Tau were like, these might actually be the good guys of the universe, because their whole thing, their whole shtick was for the greater good. Their whole shtick was like, we want to make everyone safe and work together in harmony. The concept of their army, it only exists because of the harmony they came to when they were like a younger race in the universe, like a younger species. It was a bunch of different warring nations at the time where like we have as humans, we have like our long and extreme and even more current history of war. Basically right around the beginning of them becoming a warring species, they all looked at each other and went, "Let's not do that. Let's just, let's get together and like hang out and like chill and like learn stuff and grow and start traveling in the universe." And basically in a couple thousand years almost, or technically more, it depends. There's the belief that the warp storm that hit them as a culture basically drastically sped them up in time. They sort of just became an extremely big powerhouse. Oh yeah, that was a shade oil. I mean, that's why I'm working on a mat. But yeah, everyone was just like, "Yo, Tau, they're the good guys, right?" Nope. They're into mind control. If you've ever seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers, that's the Tau. They want their world to look, like it's good, but it's not. It's sort of like North Korea, honestly. The idea that there's a lot of people there for when, I guess when foreign people go check the country out or tour it or whatever. I still don't know why people do that. It's still crazy to me. Like, there's people basically dressed up, and the country's more of like an amusement park than a country. So they'll just stand there in things that look official to make it seem like everything's cool because they're told to do it. On penalty of death / re-education. That's the Tau. And if you join their nation thinking you're going to be okay, like, oh, I know a lot, I can do a lot, obviously I'm going to be one of their higher up castes and they're going to respect me. What are you talking about? You're not Tau. The only people cool enough to be like respected in that society are Tau, because they are extremely racist. The Vespid kill team that exists, they're kind of manipulated and controlled using technology because Vespid communicate with each other through vibrations. The Tau figured out the vibrations. Now the Tau give them false orders to send them in to die, basically. It's sort of like the recordings of some of it felt weird. I know people say there's like this back and forth of it being a myth, but there was that one whole thing where one of the guys trying to document it and recording it had one person who was guiding him around for like half the thing. And then I guess one of the tour guides caught him talking like a little out of turn, and then the guy just like vanished. Yeah, the drone's part of it. The drone well, that's why the helmet's on him. The leader has a helmet because the helmet's sending false information to the leader, who then sends false information to his squad. Like, the helmet will be like, yo, there's crystals over there. There's not crystals over there. There's something the Tau wants over there. So now they got to go get the crystal that's not actually a crystal. And that's what they do to a lot of their races that's underneath them. A lot of mind control. A lot of odd manipulation through technology. One of the better-ish ones, yeah. But the thing is, like, if you're not Tau, you're usually, like, the guy cleaning the sewer system. If you're not on, like, the battlefront. They don't want to give you any of their weapons, because they're going to assume that you're basically going to use their weapons against them. But they're also kind of stupid. Like, they don't fully understand things. The story about the Space Marines that came across a Tau training facility, and what they found were kind of Space Marines. The Tau took DNA from Space Marines that had died in battle to clone them. Built armor that was kind of like Space Marine armor, but built out of like Tau technology. So it wasn't exactly like it. It was like a Temu knockoff. And then did training exercises against them to try to learn how to defeat Space Marines. The people running the facility told the Space Marine clones to kill the Space Marines that were invading it. And there were a ton of Space Marine clones. And only like 3 Space Marines. And the 3 Space Marines killed all the clones. Like, they were faster, stronger, better trained. They described like oddities to it, where the clones were holding the guns with both of their hands, because that's how Tau know how to shoot, is by holding guns with both of their hands. Meanwhile, the Space Marines fighting them were like one-handing bolt guns and then blading people to death. No, you could run them as anything. That's probably one of the cool teams you could make. If you made enough units with enough loadouts and options that looked like enhanced Tau Space Marines, you could run them as Legionary, you could run them as Angels of Death, you could run them as the Nemesis Claw, you could run them as Phobos, you could run them as any upcoming Space Marine team. It could be cool. Oh, you want Space Elf information? Space Elves are odd. At this point, Space Elves are almost feel more like the Rule 34 bait of the 40k universe. The whole thing about Yanari being in love with Gilliman and all that, it's like, uh-oh. We out here fan shipping people at this point. They acknowledged each other and didn't try to kill each other once. They're obviously in love. Thanks, shipping culture. I know a lot of people paint their what is it? The Aquilans as Lucifer Blacks. That was like one of the things, right? The Aquilin book or like the Kill Team book had Lucifer Black Aquilans. It was like the first ever time Games Workshop ever like acknowledged on the tabletop that faction or that like group. Because I know they're a fan favorite of like a small chunk of people. Like they're probably like Iron Hands level of fan favorites. I could have swore they were somewhere when the Aquilans were dropping. They were either in the Kill Team book or they were in like the promotional material that people were showing off for things that they did with their Aquilans. I think we're going to do... Oh, this is going to suck. But we're going to do an alternate color in this, like, internal swirl. Let me go grab my book, though, because I might see it in there, and then I can just show you. Hive Storm. It's either they showed their paint scheme or they wrote something about them. Oh, I think this was it. It might have glare. So people were saying I think this was Lucifer Blacks. It's either that or they were written into a story that someone highlighted. But they were referenced in here somewhere. I just remember seeing it on the Kill Team subreddit where people were like, oh my god, they said their names. It's like, okay. Calm down. Calm down. What, the an Aquilans box? I mean, you can get it if you want, and then paint them up that way. Because that was the thing, right? Lucifer Blacks were dropship troops, right? Like they would drop in from like low orbit, and that's just what the Aquilans do. That's why they painted them that way. I don't think it's like the same in armor, but like it was the closest they had to the unit as like written or something. And they would get dropped into like the worst parts of war. And then pull off victories or something. I'm not a huge Imperial Guard fan. Mostly because most of the Imperial Guard fans I know, they like Imperial Guard because of how close they are to like our military and like historic military. Which, I'm playing a sci-fi game. It's cool, the idea of like our old like historic human military taking on elder gods. That's cool, sure. But I kind of want my vehicles to be partially fueled by the corpses of many people that were melded into flesh balls. That's more my jam. I might do... We might put pigment powder down on these. I think that might be fine. It also feels like with some of like the biggest fans of the Imperial Guard, there's a lot of games right now that are out for tabletop that are World War II, World War I simulation tabletop. And the communities that have grown around those games, they won't let you play in their tournaments unless your army is fully painted. Ooh, Jesus. And it's painted up to the quality of the color scheme that that army actually had during the war. And I feel like Imperial Guard get a little too close to that kind of pedantic. Because I kind of see it in the people that play them. Where they'll see your army, they'll see its paint scheme, and they'll immediately be like, oh, is that this detachment and this faction? Which era did you paint them from? Like, which house? Like, it's like, what? I painted it because I like beige coats. That's probably why the Imperial Guard are so good. For like sales and stuff. It pulls those people in pretty hard. And there's something about that psychology too. Like that psychology, that's the kind of psychology where you go to someone's house who doesn't even really play the game, but they love the Imperial Guard. And then you like walk past a room that is wall to wall, shelf to shelf, thousands of models, all painted to look like either something from military history in the world or something from military history in 40K. And you're just like, you look at it, you're like, what the hell? Oh, dude, do you play? No. It's like, what? Why do you have all this then? Jesus. I like to look at it. It's like, okay. That's fine. It's cool, man. It's cool. Meanwhile, they're just sitting on like 40,000 points of Imperial Guard, fully beautifully painted, just sitting in a room. Keep that out because we'll have to do that with the Enlightened as well. I might actually want to do that a little bit with this guy too, because he's got his brimstone. I mean, there's just general stereotypes, honestly, at this point. A lot of the cast players I've seen are they're very in the lore, but like on an extreme level. Not necessarily being like, oh yeah, cast, but like knowing it. Like just knowing the lore. Like a lot of the cast players I've talked to, just they'll tell you things from within Chaos that's like so deep cut, of just like, oh, this one line in this one book that 5 people read and they just happen to know it. And you're like, Jesus, dude. All right. And some of them are usually doing it from the perspective of my faction is like the stronger faction among Chaos because of these things, and that's why they're cool. And it's like, all right, man. All right. Yeah, basically. They're just lore masters of chaos. And a lot of it, again, is because they want to bring up the fact that their faction has a lot of power. And is, like, really effective. And that their Primarch is, like, really good at, like, doing what he does. I don't know. It's just, like, one of those weird things. But maybe that's just, like, Iron Warriors enjoyers. Because I do feel like a lot of Khorne enjoyers are people who... What was it? The meme recently about Khorne enjoyers, in between rounds, they shadow box. Like, that's the meme, right? For Khorne. You'll catch them shadow boxing between rounds. They're waiting for their turn to roll, and they're just standing there like, yeah. Yeah, there was like a video or something of it. Maybe that's why I play Tzeentch, because between rounds I do the thing where I'm trying to keep up with my plan, and I'm sitting there just like snapping. I snap my fingers a lot when I'm like trying to think of what to do next, as sort of almost like a, I guess like a centering sound, like whatever the reverberance of a snapping finger is, sort of centers my idea on what I need to do. So maybe it's that the Chaos players embody whatever they're playing, right? If you're going to be playing Alpha Legion, even though they're not like technically a faction that has its own specific stuff, you're playing it because you like sort of underhand tricking people into doing things. Setting up long-term trap plays. Play Night Lords, you just want to listen to Russian house music. Davai. Knights players want to play the game, but they don't want to do too much. Genuinely, like, that's it with Knights. I want to play the game, but I want the game to be over in an hour, whether I win or lose. Which, there are days I feel like that, which is why I have a Knights army. Doesn't matter which side of Knights you're playing, Imperial or Chaos, that's what you're feeling on the matter is. A lot of the times, whether or not you're Imperial or Chaos actually comes down to if you have another army. If you've got a second army and that army is Space Marine, you're an Imperial Knight. If you've got another army and it's Chaos, you're a Chaos Knight. Because, like, no joke, end of the month there's a tournament. 2,000 points. 2.5 hour rounds, which is a half hour faster than what most tournament play is. Part of my brain saw the time frame per round, remembered the experience I had last year where the people I played against weren't really knowledgeable of 40k. It was this was literally like, hey, I played 2 games with my friends, this is my first tournament. And it was like, uh-oh. Alright. I'll try to talk you through stuff, but we gotta like get moving, and you're both Imperial Guard players, and you both took an hour to do your first shooting round, so uh-oh. So part of my brain is like, all right, chess clock, Imperial Knights. That's what I'm going to do. No, yeah. I feel like people outside of Knights care more about Knight lore than Knights players. I've been told so much lore about Knights from an Iron Warriors player that I'm just like, that's cool. And he's like, is that the house you're going to play? I'm like, no. Sir, my Knights have magenta and blue shoulder pads done in a gradient. There is no house. My house is, man, this looks really Zinch in color scheme, and I play a lot of Thousand Suns. Worst case scenario, maybe I do an ally friggin' Dreadblade. My Castigator is being piloted by a tiny brimstone that stands on the end of his gun. I am not a Night House. Were you the one that posted in the Discord about the you bought all like the War Dogs or something? Oh no, you said Armiger. Because I saw someone who apparently got a really good deal on Knights because I guess someone glued a bunch of trees to them to try to make them look like walking trees. He was wondering about a interesting color scheme he could do with all the trees still attached. I had an idea. Because they're all Chaos Knights, and Chaos Knights, they play a bit, or they're lore-wise, they seem a bit more like a Ghost Legion, kind of like the Knights fade in and out of reality. They step in and out of the warp. Like, they're a little bit more of a Ghost Legion than anything else, which is the whole Terra Shades thing. So he could almost paint them like ghosts. And then the twisting trees are just like elements of that. Like, it could be like a different type of fluorescent element to what makes them a ghost. Oh no, Remnant. Oh no! Well, good luck on cleaning that. It is doable, but good luck on cleaning that. You're going to need to get some really good small scrubbing brushes. Night Lords players, I think Bricky talked about it. It's people who like playing scum. Like, they like that side of things. I guess there's multiple ones, though, that you technically lean into with that. Because they are kind of vampiric, Slavic type stuff. So, I mean, if you're just a fan of, like, vampires and Slavs, it's like, that's cool. I almost feel like most Night Lords players don't really care about their lore, just more the style. Like, the visual aesthetic and then the basic understanding that they are kind of a hit and fade army. And that's just something that excites the people. Phone call. What up, Shadow Man? Good to see you popping in. I'm doing all right. We are mass updating a lot of my paint schemes. Yeah, but I mean that's just lore for knights. But if you got knights covered in trees, I'd 100% make it look like a ghost fleet. 100%. That is going to be my ghost fleet. I don't even care about the lore at that point. The frickin' style points, so good. Oh, nice. We'll do my middle highlight. Hell, if it looks cool enough and I have the money for it, I'd probably even buy like a Warhound and do the same thing. Like they might have stumbled on probably one of the cooler ways to make knights. Just these twisted tree-like ghost things. I might need to mute soon. Hold, please. Oh, so like how I did my Emperor's Children vehicle engines I did is superheated. Like the Land Raider I did where it looks like molten, but then like kind of closer to the outside of it, that's where the gold kind of comes in. So it just looks like really molten gold. I've seen that before. It's kind of difficult to do. Sort of. I feel like the best way to do it with an airbrush approach, you could technically probably do it without an airbrush approach mildly easily. But the airbrush approach would be to white primer all over yellow and then build closer to the core from yellow to orange to red. Or vice versa, depending on how you want to do it. If you want it to be super hot, I'd probably go yellow and then work outward from the middle with orange to red to the outside. And then you almost just want to dry brush. Like you could eventually do black too, like on the outer areas, and then work backwards. But then closer you get to where the hot is supposed to be, you dry brush only the outer surface. That way the inner components are still like really heated. So it looks more like the surface area is like normal still. It's a pretty good approach. I've seen a lot of people try to do like heat-based things with their knights because, yeah, I mean, you're basically walking around with a nuclear engine. It should be giving off tons of heat. No, yeah, the Separatist Marines. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, even among Chaos, it's Heretic and Traitor. Two very separate things. The Heretic ones lean into more of, like, the demonic side of stuff. The Traitor ones are more just, like, they didn't like what was happening. I think we'll tone the disc with contrast paint. I don't want to make it a color. Dude, honestly, the next thing we need is like a Votann team that is just Men of Iron. Like just straight up Men of Iron. Like the classic style. This stuff. Because Votann are pretty much just like old world tech. I actually really like the Votann for this. Because Age of Strife and all that is kind of like history. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's because that makes the setting. But then the Votann are like, oh, we didn't get the memo. So you get to see a whole faction built around the like continuation of something that was discontinued in the Imperium. Which makes them pretty cool. Also, you know, rock and stone, diggy diggy hole, all that fun stuff. Yes. Congratulations, Remnant of Chaos. Yo, we need super heavy Votann. Okay. Oh, I might not have to mow the yard. They're basically space dwarves, but there's a rationale behind it. It's not like we were just like, oh, this will be hilarious. They were designed to be very durable and resilient in bad parts of the universe. I think the story goes the Imperium sent them out to like extremely difficult to live in places because that's where we got the material we needed for a lot of our greatest technologies, greatest weapons. Back before the Age of Strife. And then the Age of Strife happened, and we basically stopped talking to them. Like, all communication over. And they assumed, I guess, that, you know, the people that put them out there abandoned them just randomly in these horrible situations. And it created a culture that was, like, very different. And their AI didn't necessarily rebel. Sort of. It sort of homogenized completely. But there's, like, issues with it. Underlying issues. But yeah, the whole reason they're dwarfed as characters is because they live on like planets with extreme levels of gravity and stuff. I painted mine to have golden skin. Like, they look like gold. I thought that was fun. Because there's something about the AI going bad, and they're sort of like clones, right? But the cloning is starting to go south. It's basically the standard that always happens with cloning, where the initial genetic makeup starts to get weird. I think basically like how in Warframe the Grineer are sort of like coming apart at the seams genetically. It's sort of because like their AI is shutting down or it's like dying somehow. There's something weird happening to them.
Poggers.
Poggers, thanks for the follow. Or subscription. Why am I not seeing that yet? Oh, I'm guessing the YouTube stuff updates slowly. Where's my Garagax sewer? Gary Gygax sewer. Garagax. One of my favorite browns. Because browns are usually just like straight up brown, right? Like, it's neutral brown. Garagax sewer is orange brown. When you paint golds or any metallic colors, fun secret is that a lot of contrast paints are great for retoning that metal to still look like metal, but to be like a different metal. A way to paint Iron Warriors is to paint them all bolt gun metal or just like a nice gunmetal color, and then to take snakebite leather and paint their trim with snakebite leather, because snakebite leather plus bolt gun metal equals brass. So it's kind of like a cheap and cheerful way to make really cool looking Iron Warriors. And anything you mess up on with that snakebite leather, you just hit it with bolt gun metal friggin' paint. And it's fixed up. Congratulations. I'm kind of glad that Votann are very new to the tabletop, like as their faction, and that they already got like a big old book of lore. I'm not gonna lie, I love Thousand Suns, right? I love Thousand Suns. If I joined back into 40k the day the Votann were coming out, I'd probably be a Votann player. You'd see me sitting here complaining about my lack of units. But also that I actually do decently in tournaments because judgment tokens are really cool and awesome and good. Specifically silver-ish metal. Like, okay, consider metal colors without being metallic. What is gold? Gold is usually a brown or an orange or like kind of like a yellowish brown or a reddish brown. So without the metal built into it, without that like glitter shine, it's just a color. So when you apply another color over top of it, the metal takes on that property as its color. So when you paint with silvers, gunmetals, stuff like that, those are white to gray, basically, without the coloring, without like the shine, right? So if you were to put brown over top of gray, you make a slightly darker brown. Brass is sort of a brownish metal. And since gunmetal is gray, it's a neutral start. So adding brown over top of gunmetal makes it a sort of brassish brown metal. So it's kind of a trick. We're just darkening up the gold that I use to try to give it a little bit more depth and not make it just a flat disc surface. I can show you stuff. Hang on. I always have examples. They're just not near me in the moment. The silver color you see on its backpack, that's how this started. Everything that looks like what that shoulder pad brass is, that's snakebite leather over that silver. I don't use more than one metal on this. The metal you see is all from the base of that one gunmetal silver. Like that entire banner is just snakebite over top of basic gunmetal. Garagax would be darker, but a lot of people suggest Snakebite, because Snakebite is light enough that the gray of gunmetal doesn't cause too many problems. Experimentation is key, though. Like, if you use a slightly redder contrast, it'll probably feel more like copper. And then doing any browns over gold is basically you just pushing the gold into like different weird directions, which is what we're doing here. Trying to make the 2 layers on this disc look very distinct. Free only hands? Ow. Dude, hashtag RG feet. People out here just showing off feet for free? I might try to semi-adjust their like physical shape too. There's a little bit of pooling that came out of the Aethermatic Blue on their skin tone. So I might grab some Baharoth and just fix it up a little. I kind of wish I painted these discs without the Zangors on them, because there's this like swirl in the middle of it that I would have made green to make it look like it's kind of a disc with a hole in the middle that's sort of seeing this green swirl coming up through it. But you have to glue these together weirdly, because the feet on these guys are actually part of the disc. So you have to kind of like gum up the ankle and then leave the Zangor off of it. And this was before I knew how to, you know, more effectively, what is it? What's it called? Sub-assemble. These were some of my earlier models I painted. All right, let's get the Baharoth out. Hit it with the vibrations. Whee. Zangors. Orcs? Orcs are the people you drink with. Like, honestly, there's two people who play orcs that I've seen. There's the person who doesn't want you to play the game. And that's comes from usually orcs playing, that player playing, like, Green Tide. He tries to put, like, 200 models on the field and then just run over to you and hold you in place. That's that player. And that's more of like a dick thing of like, I solved the game and you can't beat me. Well, people can beat that easily now. Like, that's a thing. So usually those people are a little angry. But the average orc player is like, you get done a game, if it's break time, they're like, yo, you want to go get like a sub or something and hang out for like a little bit? We could talk about the game. There's a band playing next door. We could hang out, watch the band. Let's get some people together. Like, that's an orc player. Like, they're the most jovial, fun people. Usually. If you're... So, okay. So these stereotypes are mostly for the people who are like, this is my army, I play this army. Right? If you're the kind of person who's like, hey, everyone, orcs are... strong now, and then suddenly like you have a bunch of gray orcs you've put together and you're like, man, I can't wait to go to a tournament and take first place. The stereotype's not you. I mean, that's its own thing. That's its own monstrosity. Like, if you're only playing something because it's meta, the stereotype's a little different, I guess. Meta players are what you would expect. They want to win at all costs. Sometimes you gotta catch them because they will cheat. I am like 90% certain one of the kids I play against at this one tournament spot just cheats all the time. He plays... So the way he plays, he won't roll into dice trays. If you have a dice tray and you tell him to roll into it, he'll tell you he won't. Like, that's his like hard stance. Is that he won't roll into a dice tray. He rolls into weird places on the table, like around buildings and stuff, and then immediately picks up his dice and tells you the results. His dice are light brown with dark brown numbers. Every time I've seen him play, he's always playing with the new meta army. Like when demons suddenly became a thing, he had a big collection of all gray demons. When I first played against him and Behemoth, or the Stampede from Tyrannid were doing really well, he played all Tyrannid Stampede. All gray, nothing painted. That was the first time I played him. And I remember jacking one of my big attacks up at one of his large monsters. I chucked it at him, and I was like, alright, so these monsters don't have invulnerables. They just have huge toughness. I just landed like 30 wounds worth of damage onto you from this one super-sized attack. I just you know, stacked up with rerolls and everything. So you've got like 20 saves to make on that one model. And he rolled 20 dice, immediately picked it up and said, I saved it all. And I was like, really? AP3? That many dice, you saved, as you put it, everything? And you refused to roll into the disc, or to the dice tray that I have on the table next to us. Like, I was so checked out at that point. Zangor Shaman. I didn't catch him measuring front to back, but I have seen people do it. There was one new guy at the local store who was doing it, and then I brought it up with him, and he was like, oh, that makes sense, and he's never done it since. And it's like, it's more of a mistake than like a cheat at that point. I mean, people cheat in everything, some people, because they just want to win. They just prefer the feeling of winning to losing, so they do anything to win, including cheat, and it's like, alright, I guess. You win, bro. You win. I'd do the tip of his blade glowing. I like the idea of parts of their weapons glowing, at least. Because, like, I played an orc player, and, like, he was a chill dude, but this was one of those situations of, oh, it's been forever since I've played. I'm just getting back into it now with the new edition. And I was like, that's cool, man. And then by, I think it was turn 3, I realized he was rolling his leadership tests wrong. I was playing Chaos Knights into him, and he was trying to shut me down with Bully, the Bully Boy orc army. And he basically hit me turn 1. Like, he got to me turn 1. I was in combat with him with Brigands. I was basically just shooting Brigands into orcs at point blank. He was doing cleanse with squads that were in melee. You can't do that. I wasn't even thinking about it at that point. And then B, I'm playing Chaos Knights. You're at -1 leadership. I kill one dude in your squad, and you have to take leadership from that point forward. Everyone he had in melee with me was constantly in a state of battle shock. And shouldn't have been able to do anything. But it wasn't until turn 3 when I saw him roll. He rolled 2 1s in his tray. And went, I passed. And I went, the hell you did. He was like, what do you mean? I was like, dude, you rolled one of the worst rolls you can roll in a leadership check. He was like, it's under the number. Because that was the old rule for 40k, was under the number. And I was like, oh, dude, no, you're supposed to roll above. And that kind of threw him off. He was like, oh, God. But yeah, for 3 rounds, almost everything on the field for him was battle shocked. Up until that point. And I should have won by like a decent swing of points. So remember, kids, always double check. The people you play against aren't always fully versed in the rules. Glowing dagger tips. Oh yeah, the people who just show up and meta chase. And cheat while meta chasing. Yeah. I mean, the orc guy was still cool. I get it, he was new. I'm sad that that wasn't my first tournament victory. I'm sad because that was a team-based tournament, which means I also let my team down. That sucked. Because that could have been the first round where we had 4 victories in a row. Do I want to do anything else with these? I might hit Baharoth Blue on the tips of the outer gems. Dude, you have no idea how rough. So, okay. One of the people on my team at that tournament, his name is Justin. If you follow the competitive game, he is top 14 in the world right now. One of the other people on my team is like top 6 for Death Guard in the world, I want to say. Oh, no, he was Necron, I think, at the time. But he's like in the top 20s for the world as well. I think top 30s, actually. And one of the other people on my team is like one of the higher rated Gene Stealer cult players currently in the world. That was my team. Those are the people I was playing alongside. I lost every round, and the one round I could have won, I lost because the person I was playing against didn't know his rules. It made me so sad. That thought keeps me up at night. I don't mind playing games where people don't know the rules and we're trying to figure it out over time. I love casual 40k, like a casual game of 40k with a player who's getting into it and isn't looking to be like rushed, right? We got a few people at the store who they don't have a lot of time in a day to play, but they also don't know a lot of the rules. So like if I could make it so like the first 2 turns of the game are extremely long, because we literally talk about the thought process, the rules the team has access to, and then the thought process of why and when to do things, to really give people like that big primer of like, oh, just so you know, if you don't want me to melee you easily, make sure you're 1 inch off the wall, and that utterly prevents me from getting into melee with you because none of my bases are smaller than 1 inch. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Like, I love those games. Like, my top tier game, the favorite way I have to play when it's not like tournament mode, is like we start playing a game and maybe end of turn 2, we mark down everything that's gone on. If there's buffs or debuffs, we mark it all down. Then we go to like a ramen place and hang out and talk for a bit while just like chilling. And then go back to the game in like an hour. And get back on it with like fresh energy, fresh eyes. Yep. My lemon lime shaman. Cherry grape. I think this one was Strawberry Cran. Was what we decided he was. Strawberry Cranberry. Three lead shaman. At some point, basically, in my mutation list, I have to stop caring about worrying about anti-fly. People have anti-fly, but honestly, Like, whatever. Cool. You're already wounding Zangors on 2s with your anti-fly attack before the anti-fly. I don't care anymore. Giving squads +1 to hit is really interesting. For, like, I have a 20-man squad. Actually, do I have one? I think I have one. Yeah, I got one 20-man squad in this list. And then I've got 3 or 4 10-mans. One of which is actually going to be my Kyrics. My Kyric Acolytes. This is the squad that's going to be led by my Terminator. So there's just a bunch of little Kyric cultist dudes who are going to be led by a Terminator. Let's see, 1 squad 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 squads 10. 4 squads 10, and one's led by the Terminator. I think the other 3 might just be led by the Shamans. And then there's an Exalted on Disc, which I think is already in the box, because he's already painted and done. I might touch him up a little bit, I don't know. Actually, I do have to kind of touch him up a little bit, don't I? I gotta add the green to the base. So he leads the Enlightened with bows, which we're going to probably try to do tomorrow. Because it's currently almost 7 o'clock. I haven't eaten dinner. We're coming up on hour 6 of my stream. It was awesome, man. A lot of you people in here. Crazy. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be Enlightened. The rest of the Zangor. Maybe some touch-ups on the Kyrics to make sure they're good. I think, yeah, we did magenta on the robes on them, which means I'm going to want to touch it up a little bit with some of the red. And we actually did blue. Oh, we actually did their armor. Which means I'm going to want to actually touch that up with the proper crystalline blue. We also got to do their shields. Well, I'm going to get sucked in. We can get all of these tanks off of my table and put away, which is good. Save a lot of space. I think most of the tanks are done outside of my Helldrakes, which, again, back burner. I have no plans on using them anytime soon. But outside of that, I think I have 1 Rhino to build, or 1 Rhino to paint. I have 3 Hellbrutes to paint, although I don't need to right away, because the Thousand Sun Hellbrutes still suck. My least favorite moment right now. I just watched a match, I think this morning. It was either this morning or last night. It was in Australia, so weird timings. And the person playing was playing the World Eater Berserker Warband, I think is what it was called. And he had a Hellbrute that basically charged something, did the charge mortals, and then charged something else, and then just beat it to death. Like, the Hellbrute was going crazy, and I want that moment for myself. I wish Hellbrutes for Thousand Suns felt that way, but they suck. Let's be real. Some of the worst abilities. The only thing that makes them interesting is they're invulnerable. Because Hellbrutes don't normally have invulnerables. I just really wish it was a Psyker, and I really wish it had psychic attacks. Because that would be kind of cool. But no. But yeah, hopefully we can stream tomorrow. I gotta help my parents sometime this week move stuff around in their house. And then I got a game on Friday for practice. I'm pretty excited about the list change that we did. Getting rid of the Demon Princes, adding the 2 Forge Fiends and the Predator, getting rid of the Rhino is a little bit less durability, but I think it's fine. And then figuring out that I can put the Terminator in a squad of Zangors to get it to blink around is really cool. And then still having the 3 Mutalith Vortex Beasts. Oh, it's going to be really good. And the 3 squads of Chaos Spawn. Genuinely thought I was going to have to get rid of the Chaos Spawn. But keeping them just means I have 3 really obnoxious bait units that can just kind of pop out, do a mission, and then if you pop out to kill them, there's going to be a Predator and a bunch of Forge Fiends shooting back at you in a second. Oh, I'm going to need to really fix this guy up. We're going to need to get flesh tones out. But yep, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. I am hungry. More to do tomorrow. But until then, later, everyone.